Yeah.
We had a bunch of people talking in the break yesterday. Didn't realize that they were live the whole time. So look for the little red box in the upper left corner.
That's right. So when we go on break, or the microphones are hot just like they are right now. So
yeah, I was one of those.
Yeah, I think Ron was more concerned. Yeah.
And
think of this.
I thought about texting you or emailing you, Chuck, and saying that we ought to talk about astronomy while we're off.
Yeah.
And things like the opposition and stuff like that. Because I know everybody was fascinated by our stamp collection conversation. But Chuck, count your blessings. Think about who of us were chatting. We got off lucky.
Yeah.
Nobody got embarrassed.
Well, fortunately, it stayed on stamps and not, politics or something. So.
That's right.
Maynard, I love their telescope in the background that you've got.
My dad gave me that for Christmas of 1968.
Now that's a Christmas gift.
It is. And
That is a Christmas.
It's still like new.
Maynard, is that one of the door prizes today?
I meant to get in touch with you, and I wanted to offer it and forgot all about it. Maybe later. Maybe next.
I'm announcing later that he's giving it up as a library telescope.
Now wait a minute, Chuck. Do I need to return?
No, the Questar is a priceless. In fact, any telescope is priceless.
Yeah.
Our club was given one of the 11-inch Questars.
Oh, wow.
Number 13, which out of 13 they made. And the buyers out there went with it.
Well, I've had a lot of telescopes, and this one has lasted. And it really is just like new. And I've got an old Unitron. I had a Cave Optical. Those aged well, but they did age.
What year did they stop making those telescopes? Do you remember?
I don't know. The Questar is still being made and sold, but not like they used to be. They do a lot of custom work.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, Cave Optical.
Early 70s.
I don't know when and Unitron, I don't know when that stopped.
I think Cave was still in business when Meade Instruments starts. And Meade starts in 1972.
Yeah, that
wasn't too much longer after that Cave started, winding down. So,
but
they were good telescopes.
Cave's golden years was when Alika Herring was making their mirrors, and I have a Cave with an Alika Herring mirror in it, and that's my best telescope that I've got, the quality telescope.
oh yeah. Well,
I'd like to invite you all to come and look through it one time.
The majority of the original crew for Meade Instruments came from Cave Optical, including the engineers and the telescope builders and the polishers. Another one came in from Coulter Optics. He ended up being vice president of optics, then vice president of the company, then president of the company, and then CEO. That was Steve Murdoch. Steve Murdoch, Ron Ezra, Brian Holcroft, Art LeBrun, all of those guys came from Coulter or from Cave.
The meeting at which the Peltier Award was proposed in 1980 was when Bob Cox was a salesman for Coulter. And we went out in a dark site and looked at the Hercules cluster, and it just looked like diamonds spread over a black cloth. It was just phenomenal.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and we are at day 2 of the Astronomical League convention, the virtual edition. We had a terrific venue yesterday and lots of accolades. Terry, what's in store for today?
Well, today we're going to kick off with our business meeting for the Astronomical League. And there, Carol Orge will lead the meeting and tell us about everything that's going on with the league, what we have coming up, things we're looking at. Then we have David Levy, and he will be speaking about Carolyn Shoemaker. His topic will be, did Carolyn Shoemaker have a sense of humor? Next, we have Paul Cox from Slooh. He will be giving us a demonstration about how the telescopes work, and we'll take a look around. Next, we have Professor Kareem Jaffer from the RASC, and he will be speaking with us. Then we have Dr. David Dunham speaking about near-Earth asteroid occultations. And we have Conal Richards. He is a youth, not really a youth. He's starting college, but he will be speaking about rising stars, the next generation of amateur astronomers. Our last speaker will be Brian Haidet, and he will be talking about the hunt for NEOs and planetary radar. And along with all of our amazing speakers, we will be giving fantastic awards and unbelievable door prizes. So everybody stay with us. We have a lot going on today. Matter of fact, here, I think I will turn it over to Chuck, and Chuck can talk a little bit about the business meeting.
Hey, thank you very much, Terry. The business meeting may sound boring to some of you, but I think you'll find it very interesting because the league is up to a lot of things right now, making a lot of improvements across the board. And with us today is Carol Orge, the president of the Astronomical League, and he'll take us through it.
Thank you, Chuck. And I'd like to add my comments to the ones that's already been made about how successful the first day was. It was incredible. I would like to go ahead and jump into this. We are on a fairly tight schedule, so I want to make sure we cover what we intended to do. First of all, I would like to report that the league currently is at the highest rate of membership we have ever had, 20,600 probably plus by now. So that's a real milestone. And a lot of that has been brought about by having access to the virtual environment during the pandemic. So we're very thankful and appreciative of all the support that our members are giving us. Mitch Glaze is on here, I believe. Mitch, do you want to go ahead and talk about the national office since we're talking about that?
Sure. The main thing I was asked to talk about were the membership numbers. Our official numbers at the end of last fiscal year, June 30, 2021, was 19,883 members. Of those, 19,188 were through societies, and about 612 total individual members, including members at large, youth, charter, and regular MALs. And we're up to 55 lifetime members and a few patrons and a few other things. As Carol noted, we have crossed the 20,000 mark, we believe, for the first time ever. Currently sitting at, let's see, what did we have there? 20,917, just a little bit shy of 21,000. So some tremendous growth in the past couple years. I would note that while COVID obviously had a negative impact on a lot of things, and certainly had a negative impact on many clubs, it seemed to also have a positive impact from a membership point of view on some other clubs. I noticed as I'm processing rosters that there's been a lot of clubs that have bolstered their membership, and their numbers have crept up or bumped up or even gone up quite a bit, including noticeably some of our largest clubs of the league, Northern Virginia, Rose City Astronomers, Texas, Astronomical Society, Kansas City, Dallas, to name a few, Minnesota, another big one, have all kind of largely bumped up. And in addition, we had a new club just join since the first of the year in that new 20,000, almost 21,000 number. The AAA of New York has joined the league. They were members way back. Haven't been for a long time. If anybody has specifics about any of that, I certainly encourage you to reach out to me at my email address, rosters@astroleague.org. It's available on the website. Your AlCors, your membership people probably already know me. Other than that, been a very busy year in league sales with the 75th anniversary and the pin and the AlCon pin for virtual and some other things going on. But all in all, national office running very nicely. Judith Riley and Mike Stokes there do an excellent job of keeping everything on target and on pace there. I think that's all I really need to say at this moment, unless somebody has a specific question for me.
Okay, thank you, Mitch. David, would you like to go ahead and give your opening like you normally do for us?
I would very much. Today's quotation is from William Shakespeare, and he is trying to speak at the Astronomical League today, because as we know, Shakespeare is still with us very much. He's trying to get us encouraged to observe solar eclipses. And in Macbeth, he wrote, "By the clock 'tis day, and yet dark night strangles the traveling lamp. Is it the night's predominance or the day's shame? That darkness does the face of earth entomb, when living light should kiss it." Thank you. Back to you.
That is so beautiful as always, David. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
And now let's go down to other items that came up from the council meeting. First of all, we have, for the first time in several years, we're on track for about the next 4 to 5 AlCons, which is a healthy thing to have in place. For AlCon 2022, we will hopefully and fairly certainly, I think, be back in live persons of people being live at Albuquerque in July of 2022. And the council approved this year the bid for Baton Rouge, Louisiana to host the convention in 2023. That convention will also be in July. Sounds like a fun time down there. It's been many years since we've been in that state. And then in 2024, we have an extraordinary event that's about 95% certain. And that is, for many years, we've been talking about collaborating with the RASC and doing joint conventions with that Canadian umbrella group. And that is going to happen. Chuck Allen and I were on a call about 2 months ago, and we solidified that. Bottom line is, we are scheduled to have the first international conference of the Astronomical League starting on June 28th, lasting through July 1st, 2024. And I believe that July 1st is Canadian Independence Day. So that should be a real treat. And I know that's a few years off, but right now, make sure you put that in your back of your mind, because that will be a real neat experience. Another groundbreaking experience we've had. And then in 2025, we again return to Bryce Canyon. Many of you remember 2011 when we went to Bryce Canyon, and that was one of the best conventions we've ever had. It was more of a viewing convention, lots of observing going on, and it's going to be a great situation as well. Next thing I'd like to mention is the newly created international region that was approved by council this year. The operations procedures will be established, and that is being headed up by immediate past president Ron Kramer. And he will be back with council and executive committee once the guidelines are established, and we'll be ready to move forward with that. And just an aside, Ron asked me if I would pass on to this group if any of the clubs in the country know of an international club that would really like to be part of the international region. Please let him know so we can maybe select them as one of the beginning clubs so we can get that in place. Let's see. The other thing we're going to be doing within the next year is updating the bylaws. And thanks to Chuck Allen for already having gone painstakingly through the bylaws and looking for areas that have redundancies, that are out of order, are frankly outdated and not relevant anymore. So stay tuned on that. And the plans are next year to have a separate council meeting just to consider bylaws. And then we will hopefully get that worked out and have a final product, a final package to present at the physical council meeting in Albuquerque next year. I don't think it's any surprise that the Reflector magazine just keeps on getting better and better. And I know many of you saw our awards late last night when most of the staff was there to get the service award, and we're very pleased to do that. One thing that is going to happen, and this was approved at council this year, is to extend the size of the Reflector, 4 more pages for the December issue. That's one problem we've been having for several issues now, is there's just so much material being submitted and not enough space to put it. And so we're very thrilled that we're doing a trial run in December to see if the additional ad revenue and so on will justify the extra 4 pages. We think it will, and we're very enthusiastic to hear about that. One thing that for many years, and going back maybe 20 to 25 years, we've had a book service for the League. Paul Castle used to run it for years and years, and then we've had, it's been fairly much quiet in recent years, with Marilyn Unruh handling it very ably out of Arizona. Marilyn has notified us that there is very little demand right now. Last year, she had 2 requests for books, so it's not something that's justifiable going forward. So what we have decided to do, there's some logistical things she needs to do with the Treasury as far as some funds left over, and that will be transferred shortly. However, in the meantime, I've heard some concerns about people who might need to use those services still to locate a rare book that maybe is not available to other places. And I'm sure Marilyn, and I've talked to her briefly about this, and she will be willing to help because she owns a bookstore in Prescott, Arizona. And so I'm sure she will be willing to help anyone who has problems with that. Another thing that came out of our business meeting, being good examples for the country, the League just renewed again its IDA membership. I think we have to set the example of protecting our night skies. And so we're very glad that that group is around trying their best to make and keep our dark skies. I think the other thing we'll go to now is introduce Maynard Pittendray. Maynard, would you tell us about the elections, results of the elections?
Yes, we had an election, and Terry Mann is elected as our new secretary. William Dillon has been elected as our new treasurer, or I should say both of them are continuing in this office, and they're with us today. And so this is the election result, and this concludes my report. The shortest report I'll ever give.
And I am very impressed, Maynard. Thank you.
For those who know me well, I'm long-winded.
Terry and Bill, we are very appreciative of your being back in the fold for another term. Very much appreciate all you've done for the League and all we know that's you're going to be doing in the future. So we appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Next thing I'd like to talk about is the trust fund. And I'll get Jackie on in just a second here. Bottom line is that Jackie was elected to a new term on the trust fund She currently serves as treasurer, and she was appointed in 2019 to finish Bob Gent's term. So she's been elected to serve a full term now. And Jackie, there you are. Would you go ahead and give us a report from the trust fund?
Wasn't I elected in last year?
I think it was 2019. The time does fly, but
Boy, I guess. Really flies. Well, yeah, it was kind of a surprise at the time, but I guess everybody knew I'd do it. So the trust fund. Well, a year ago, we had about $97,000 in the trust fund. But a wonderful thing happened in that one of our members, his name was Richie Falk, passed away. He was up in Wisconsin, and he left, let's see, so far, $84,000 to the Astronomical League Trust Fund. So we're sitting right now roughly with $173,000. And the other trust fund trustees and I are going to work on ways to kind of make some more money and staying within the trust fund rules. I think I heard a rumor too that another member someplace has left a substantial amount to the trust fund. So that's wonderful news, because for so long we never really had the cash to do a whole lot, so now we can really help in certain places. And pretty much that's about the report. Any questions?
Jackie, I'd like to mention one thing. One of the bylaws changes that we're looking at will give the trustees, in their sole discretion, a little more latitude in how to use funds. It's a little tight and overly restrictive right now. As you may have noticed when we were discussing the website upgrade. So one of the changes we'll make will make it clear that the trustees, if they choose, will have a little more latitude in how the funds are used. So we can look ahead to that for next year.
another one of those bylaw provisions which really needs to be upgraded for the changing times. Okay, at the council meeting, Dr. Cleveland announced that we have no new observing award proposal for this year. We have lots of observers out there, but they're working on the other stuff, so we don't have anything new in the pipeline right now. But we still have over like 85 observing awards, so there's still something for everyone. And let's see if I have missed anything else before I go to talking about the website.
While you're on that, Carol, can I add that one of the things you reported, we've given out more than 16,000 certificates and pins to more than 5,600 different observers since the inception of the program in 1967.
That is just incredible. It's been a most successful program, and we are so unique in the fact that we are the one organization in the world that has that kind of coverage for anything observing that we can have. We have other organizations that have some awards, but nothing like the variety and the in-depth program that we have. And we may come back if anyone thinks it's something we may be able to do that thing. Right now, what I'm going to do is talk about the website. That's always a fun topic to talk about, isn't it? But anyway, I don't think it's any surprise to anyone, either on this call or in other organizations, that the website is the face of any organization. And the AL is no exception. What's on there, the world has changed dramatically, and that is the link. And when people are wanting to know about our organization, any organization, that's where they look. And they like to see information that is timely, accurate, and has a good look to it. It looks attractive when you bring up the website. We're used to that. So And I'm going to do a little bit of reading here to make sure I get all of it in here. The executive committee, then the council, will be asked to consider a new proposal to upgrade the league website from Drupal to WordPress shortly after this convention ends. The goal is to improve the eye appeal, get the site stable, and update the contents to current information. And my apologies that the road forward has been a little slow at times. It's taken a while to get to where we were. But I think we're almost to the point that we can make some fairly dramatic decisions on what the future is going to be there. The vendor we're dealing with right now has assured us that even with the changing emphasis of going to WordPress, we should be able to be in business as far as having a dramatically different looking website within about 3 months. And they've also said that as the update occurs, there will be parts of the website that are being done along the way. So it's not just like one thing 3 months later, it's all there, nothing in that 3 months. So that's important that we're taking some baby steps, or we'll be able to along the way. The general consensus has evolved after much consultation among various parties that it's best to change to WordPress rather than staying with that platform. As many of you know, Drupal is a not very well-known program, and it's extremely difficult to operate in, and few people have the training for it. I know we put out the word maybe 6 months ago, I think in one of my president's columns or someplace, of wanting people to help us with the website so we can spread the work around. And we got a tremendous response of people who knew how to update with WordPress. But very few of those, that dozen or so people, were willing or actually had the expertise in Drupal. This update, and I don't think this is either a surprise to anybody listening in, when you're overhauling a major website for an organization, it's going to cost some dollars. And sometimes we get what we pay for. This is going to be not $500. It's not going to be a $500 project. It could be several $1,000s project. But how do you balance that out? We have to weigh the cost of having a fully functioning current website that is responsive to our internal customers, that is our members, potential members, and the general public, versus the greater cost of not having an attractive and fully functioning site for our membership, the league store, and so on. So we'll be talking much more about that, but I just want to make sure there are no surprises going forward when we broach the idea that this is going to not just a few $1,000s, it'll be a fairly expensive situation. But as I said in my previous comments just now, within reason, how do you put a price tag on having that presence out there? It's almost immeasurable, within reason, again, within the budget. And I think, does anyone have, we've got a few minutes left in the schedule. Does anyone have anything left, anything they want to bring up just briefly? Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, we were going to have a treasurer's report, but Bill Dillon had a lightning strike near his home and he's lost his internet. So
I'm back.
You're back.
Yeah,
Oh,
good.
okay.
Why don't you go ahead and give us an overview, Bill?
Okay, I'm still in the middle of a thunderstorm here in my portion of Southwest Virginia, but we'll proceed ahead and hope to be able to complete it. It won't take very long. I am your league treasurer, have been for the past 3 years, and thanks to Maynard's announcement, I guess I have 3 more years coming, and I look forward to that. We closed the most recent fiscal year in good financial shape for normal operations. We planned for a break-even year, and we came within less than 1% of reaching that. We had a little shortfall of less than $1,000, and so I think that's pretty good. We've seen a positive trend during what I call our dues period. From May through August of each year, we collect about 90% of our dues from our member clubs. And during this past period, May 1st through August 15th, we received about 15% more in funds than we received at the same time last year. And obviously, we would have a commensurate increase in our cash balance as a result. And this was due to more timely dues remittances by our clubs. I think Mitch mentioned the problems with the coronavirus last year. I think it slowed down some of our dues payments, and certainly the increase in the membership has helped. And I've seen quite a few large payments come in from some of our big clubs within the past several weeks. So, and Mitch and Carol both mentioned that in their talk about the increase in membership, and it bodes well for us in the future. Normal operating expense trends are not showing any kind of unusual or unanticipated increases. We do have this problem with our website coming up that we're going to have to deal with long term, but I think we have a plan in place, or we certainly will have a plan in place when the time comes and we need to expend funds for that. So again, the Astronomical League at this time remains in a strong financial position, and I think we should all be comfortable that we're doing very well.
Thank you, Bill, and kudos to you for keeping us on track these first 3 years. And we can always depend on those figures when we get them, EC, and we're very appreciative of what you do.
And thank you, Bill, because I understand the job you're doing, because I had it once upon a time.
In a country
You're
far
welcome.
away or something like that.
I think, Carol, we were talking about getting rid of term limits for treasurer, weren't we?
I thought that was a lifetime appointment. That's what.
I have to talk to the CEO upstairs about that one.
Can the CEO be bribed, wonder?
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, we're very appreciative, Bill, of what you do. Let's see. There's something else I wanted to mention. Oh, I know what it was. This year, and Mitch, you may want to jump in here as well. This year, and I'm talking a bit off the top of my head, but I believe the return rate for ballots this year was 14%. Am I right there? I may have the percentage wrong.
I think that's about right. Yeah.
We are trying to come up with some reasons for our clubs to really want to return the ballots. It's your league, and you make those decisions, and we really would appreciate getting that number up. And we're open to suggestions on how that could happen better. But it's part of your members in this league, and we want your voice heard. Anything else to add to that, Mitch, or anybody else?
No, I think, yeah, it warrants a discussion, but no, nothing further at this time.
Anybody else have anything? We're still on schedule. We don't want.
Yeah, I'd like to mention something about those bylaws revisions. After we meet in Albuquerque next year, of course, the membership must approve the bylaws that the council recommends. And so we'll be sending out, once council approves the changes for those things that they have approved, we will send out a document explaining what the changes are about. And most of it's just very easy to understand, very small changes. In some cases, it's just renumbering some paragraphs and things of that kind. But there are some major changes that we're looking at, and we'll explain those very fully when we send it out.
We're very grateful, Chuck, that you're willing to take on that project,
No,
because it's fairly massive.
It's needed, though.
It sure is. So thank you. And for council and EC members that are on this call, we'll be calling a special meeting within the next 3 weeks to go over the website situation. So be looking for, we want Chuck and Terry to get to take a day or two off before we put any more on the plate there, but we'll be doing that shortly. Okay, any final thoughts? Roger, it's good to see you on the call today.
Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
Yeah. And thanks for all the work you continue to do with the Peltier Award.
Thank you. We have some exciting winners this year, so
yeah,
You'll hear about them soon.
Wonderful. Terry, do you have anything you want to add to the conversation?
No, not at this time, except please join us. Astronomical League Live will be coming back September 17th with Claude Plymate. He will be talking, I forget the title, but adaptive optics. So we're looking forward to that. And thanks to Scott for all the help that he has given us.
Yes,
Thank you.
it's been, and nobody realizes, I don't think from the outside, how much time it takes to put all this together. Scott and Terry for the Star Party and the Astronomical League Live. And it just takes a ton of time, but so it's much appreciated. All the time is put in for that. And this convention, it just really has gone very well. But I know behind the scenes, it takes a ton of time. Been there, done that, not on the virtual plane, but on the physical, and it takes a ton of time. So very appreciative, both of you, Terry and Chuck, for stepping up and saying, yeah, I think we could do that. Here's the results. It's happened.
I think that thanks mostly goes to Terry Mann and all of you at the executive officers of the Astronomical League. You're the ones that really made it possible. And, I just connected up the wires. That's all. So
Easy for you to say, Scott.
He's so humble.
it's true though.
I would
say it like it is.
I would like to add something about our relationship with the RASC, which is really taking off right now. As Carol mentioned, we have a convention set for Toronto in 2024, but our Canadian friends are also interested in some other joint activities with us. We haven't formalized anything yet, but they're talking about a joint NEAF type event and also possibly setting up something in Texas for the eclipse in April of 2024. They're very interested in coming down for that. We have 3 Canadian speakers. We heard from Alan Dyer, a wonderful talk on auroras yesterday, and we have Kareem Jaffer coming up later today, and Chris Gaynor, of course, as well. So really happy to see the RASC and the League cooperating to this extent. It's very exciting.
And I'm Canadian too.
And you are Canadian also, yes.
Yeah, we can't leave David out.
Sorry.
Now that's real exciting, talking about possibly the joint a NEAF type event in Canada. I know the times I've been at NEAF, there are some Canadian vendors at that event. So I'm very excited to see what that might look like if we get into that part of it. Anything else? Looks like we're just about on schedule, maybe 3 or 4 minutes before we're due to give out some awards, maybe, or some awards. So I think I'll turn it back to Chuck or Terry.
Okay, at this point, I'd like to mention that we have, for the last 41 years, had a league award called the Leslie Peltier Award. This has been named, of course, after the great Leslie Peltier, who lived from 1900 to 1980. He was a comet hunter with, I think, 12 discoveries, discovered 4 novae, and perhaps more significantly, completed more than 132,000 variable star estimates during his 62-year career as an observer. Our highest award for observing is the Leslie Peltier Award. We have a wonderful committee that handles awards and accepts the nominations and makes the determinations. The committee consists of Russ Maxwell, Barry Beeman, and its chair, Dr. Roger Coleman. And I'll turn this over to Roger right now.
Hey, thank you very much, Chuck. Before we go through the award presentations for the 2 recipients for 2020 and 2021, I have to pass some sad news on. Mike Simonson, who was the recipient of the 2012 Peltier Award, passed away last month, and he was recognized as a world leader in the study of accretion disks in variable stars. And he was a dear friend, and he'll be sorely missed. This year, we're going to have two presentations of the Peltier Award because while the pandemic was raging, your Peltier Award committee was still busy at work, and we were selecting winners for the award. And this time we have something unusual. The two winners have something in common. They are both comet seekers. So they have a great deal of comradeship with Leslie Peltier. Our first one, if we can have the picture of Howard, is,
Just a moment.
okay,
Oops, wrong one. Hang on.
Nope. Wrong Howard,
There we go.
is Howard Brewington. And he's made the discovery of 5 comets, as you can see on his license plate. He uses a Dobsonian telescope, and here he's pictured with his award. He began observing in 1961 at the age of 9 and found himself becoming interested in astrophotography. In 1986, when Halley's Comet was around, he did a tremendous amount of astrophotography of this object, and then started observing with an 8-inch Schmidt camera. He, in 87, he was the first South Carolinian to discover a comet. And the people in Columbia, South Carolina thought, you know, the seeing isn't that good here. You know, why do you bother? And so what he ended up doing is building up a photographic search for them. Soon after, he discovered a second comet, now has discovered 5. He has a comet hunting observatory in Southcraft, New Mexico, and 2 of his New Mexico comets had short-lived orbits of only about 10 years. Well, by this time, NASA gets into the picture and decides that they're going to look for near-Earth objects. And so he was unable to compete with them, but then he moved back to his home state in South Carolina. He has been looking mostly now at near-Earth objects. And he says, you know, finding comet dust isn't quite as exciting as discovering an unknown comet, but he's still having fun with all this. So that is our first observer. If we can move on, and congratulations to Howard. And I'll have each of them speak after we've introduced them both. Our second recipient is Don Machholz. And when the committee decided that Machholz should be eligible, we almost hit ourselves in the head saying, why did it take us so long? Don is probably the most prolific visual comet hunter in the world. He also has done other things, such as reported the new nova Cygni 1975. He was the originator of the Messier Marathon, and that many league members have taken part in. And he puts out a monthly column called Comet Comments. So he stands right now at 12 comets discovered. So he's tied Leslie, and now he can go on, and we know that he will discover many more comets. So with that, we congratulate Don Machholz as being the recipient of the 2021 award. Now, Don is going to have a short presentation and is going to have a longer one on his website. So let's first hear from Howard Brewington. And if we can have Howard live. Howard, are you there?
I haven't seen him in the room.
Okay. Let us try Don Machholz then.
I'm here.
Congratulations, Don.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Astronomical League for presenting to me the 2021 Leslie Peltier Award. Very nice award, and I certainly do appreciate it. I recorded a 7-minute acceptance speech, and you can find that on my website, donmachholz.com. I received a letter back in 1978 from Leslie Peltier, and a piece of advice that he gave me. He said that my discovery of my first comet after 1,700 hours of searching proves the old proverb, keeping everlastingly at it gives success. And you can get success by just keeping everlastingly at it. So once again, thank you very much. I've been comet hunting for 47 years, 8,800 hours. I continue to comet hunt, and I expect to continue to visually search for comets over the next few years. Thank you again.
Howard, Don, let me just say that that represents over 4 years of full-time employment that you've spent searching for comets. Can you address one thing for me? How do you compete with the satellites so successfully?
Well, also the sky surveys, we have a few things that compete with us. We have the big sky surveys, Pan-STARRS, Atlas, and so on, and they cover almost all the areas away from the sun. They don't get as close to the sun as we can get. However, comets that get past them, we have amateur astronomers using cameras and CCDs. Nishimura found one last month, 23 degrees from the sun, 9.5 magnitude. So I'm competing against that too. Also, the SWAN camera on SOHO covers almost the whole sky down to about 11th magnitude. So I'm competing against that too. So the key is to get out often, to sweep areas near the sun, and to see as faint as you can see. Visual comet hunting began in earnest back in 1760 with Charles Messier. 1760 was when they began to put names on comets, and people began to compete to look for them. And he was the first person to visually discover 12 comets that bear his name. And here, 260 years later, I'll probably be the last person to have 12 comets named after me that were visually discovered through the telescope.
Don, we wish you 13 real soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Roger?
Yes, is Howard there?
I haven't seen him yet.
Okay, well, he should.
I'll tell you what, if he comes, if he joins the room later, we'll fit him in, okay?
Okay,
And I wonder if we could email him or something and see if he can join us. Do you have his email?
yes, I do.
Okay.
I'll send that off to you, okay? Or let's see if I have it right here.
Well, you just send it to me in a moment.
Yeah, I'll
and
send it to you.
We'll go ahead.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, and I'll sign off then.
Okay. Thank you, Roger. Terry?
Okay.
You're muted.
Okay, thank you. I would like to introduce David Levy, which the reality is everybody knows David Levy, but we're going to do this. David has been a friend to the Astronomical League and to many of us for a lot of years. We see him on the GSPs, and we are so grateful he has been opening the Astronomical League sessions with his poetry. We really do appreciate that. But David in himself is an amazing comet hunter also. David has discovered 22 comets, alone or with Carolyn and Jean Shoemaker. He has written 34 books. That is incredible, mostly about astronomical subjects. And he's also donated his observing laws to the Linda Hall Library of Science in Kansas City. And they're also, I think, online with the RASC, if I remember right.
Yes.
So David, in his book, The Night Watchman's Journey, The Road Not Taken, an amazing book that David has written. And so with that, David, would you please take it away?
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Jackie. It's so nice to be here and to be part of this conference. And my lecture today has to do with Carolyn Shoemaker. And I think everybody in the audience by now knows that dear Carolyn passed away last week, in fact, a week ago today. And I'd like to begin by sort of giving you some background as to what happened in the last week. I was in the habit of telephoning Carolyn every Monday. It's been going on for over a year. In fact, she'd pick up the phone and I'd say hello, and she'd say, "It's got to be Monday because it's David." And so we'd have a little conversation. I'd give her a private quotation of some sort. And then we'd just chat for a few minutes, and then I'd call her the next Monday. Last Monday, a week ago from last Monday, I called her and the phone went directly to voicemail, which was a little surprising for me. And but I called her again and again, and finally emailed her. And finally, I sent her a some kind of a message. On Wednesday, I got a message from Linda, her daughter, and asking me to call her. And of course, Wendy and I right away stopped breathing ourselves for a few seconds. I called her, and she told us that Carolyn had suffered a small fall at her home at the in Flagstaff where she's staying. Anyway, at the Peaks, I think it's called. Anyway, we were talking together about it, and she was in the hospital, and it looked like it was okay. When I got off the phone, I remember telling Wendy how the news could have been much, much worse. The next day, we went out to a star party at our local school. When we got back, we got the text from Linda that Carolyn had gone into respiratory arrest. On last Friday, a week ago today, at 10:40, Carolyn passed away. And you don't know I think all of you know the feeling that when you get a message like that, it's like someone carving a hole inside you, and that's how we felt. Anyway, thinking about the times that we had together, and the memories have been simply flooding in over the years. And I would like to share a few of them with you right now. We actually met in 1980. Actually, it was 1987 or so. There was a conference in Tucson. It was the Asteroids 2 conference, out of which the University of Arizona Press came out with a book called Asteroids 2, a very thick doorstop of a book. Anyway, we had the first lecture, and then we had a coffee break in between. Anyway, during the coffee break, this real big guy with a big smile on his face came out, and he's pointing at me like that. He's just pointing. And, right away I looked around to see who is it, what famous astronomer is this guy pointing at? And then he said, "No, David, you're the one I want to meet." So it turned out it was I. So I went up to Gene and was introduced myself to him. And we talked a little bit about together. And then Gene said, "I have someone I would like you to meet." And he took me into a small room behind where the coffee was. And he said, "Carolyn, there's someone I would like you to meet." And that is how I met Carolyn Shoemaker. And we observed together with Steve Larson later that year. And on the way back, we're going down the hill, and Steve Larson's driving us all back down to Tucson after our observing them together. And I looked at them and I said, "I have a question that I would like to ask, but I really don't know how to ask it." Anyway, I have this feeling as I'm giving this talk that Carolyn is up there in heaven giving me hints as to what I should say or not say, but I'll just go on. Anyway, Gene looked at me and said, "Well, David, the best advice I can give to you is if you are, if you want to ask a question, just open your mouth and ask it. The worst I can say is hell no." And I said, "Gene, Carolyn, I'd be interested in observing with you." And Gene looked at Carolyn and they kind of looked and they had frowns on their faces. And Gene looked at me and said, "Oh, well, I think that can be arranged." And you don't know how happy I was to hear that. I started observing with Carolyn in August of 1989. She called me and told me that Gene was at the Voyager thing. It was Voyager Neptune at that time. And would I be interested in joining her for a 3-night observing run at Palomar? Would I be interested in joining Carolyn Shoemaker for a 3-night observing run at Palomar? So I really had to think about that one. Anyway, so I was getting ready to go. And the night before I left, I was packing stuff, watching the National Public Radio broadcast of Voyager at Neptune, and in between going out and searching for comets. I'm happy to tell you on that particular night, I discovered a comet. Turned out that was Comet Okazaki-Levy-Rudenko. And anyway, so the next day I left, I went out to Palomar, and I enjoyed meeting Carolyn. She was there, and she was teaching me how to load the film and all the various things that Wendy later learned how to do when she joined the team after we got together. Anyway, as the night went on, I was getting quicker and quicker. And then the second night, Carolyn said, "David, you're so much faster than we thought you'd be. We may actually run out of film. So slow down a little bit." Okay, slow down a little bit. And the next film I loaded, I came up and I said, "Here is the last film. We're out of film." And he said, and then I said, "I don't see how we could have been out that fast." And she said, "How could we have possibly run out of film that quickly?" I calculated it and I thought sometime later tonight, but not now. And I thought about this and I said, "Would I have a solution?" And she said, "What is your solution?" And I said, "Well, I brought some Tri-X film with me, and it comes in these long rolls. And what I'm doing is I'm taking the film and I'm putting it in the I'm putting the film into the film holder, And she said, well, how are you going to do that? It's just, there's not even the right shape. And I said, well, I'm putting several layers of it, one below the other. And well, they're all going to fall apart. We'll never be able to develop them. I said, well, I'm holding them together with Scotch tape. And so it should be very easy to do. And Carolyn looked at me and she looked at the film and she's thinking, how am I going to tell this really very polite, friendly person that he's full of it? And she looked at me and she said, David, I don't think that's going to work. And I said, well, no, we put the film, the Scotch tape on the back, so the part facing the sky doesn't have tape on it. And then she figured, and she looked at me and she said, David, I don't know, but I think I've just been had. I looked at Carolyn and I said, that is probably because you've just been had. And we just laughed and laughed and laughed. And that broke the ice. And we started this thing. Carolyn was a very, very direct person. She never stood on ceremony. You could always count on her to be honest and open, as those of us, and many of us here who have known Carolyn. And I even can add that there are several members of Carolyn's immediate family who are here, and I'm welcoming them. And the Astronomical League gives all of you our deepest sympathy over the loss of your mom. We'll go back now to 1983. She had been searching for asteroids and comets with her husband, Gene. And she was thinking, she's finding a lot of asteroids, but she really doubted that she would ever find a comet. And then in 1983, she found one. And those was long before the days of email and internet and everything else. So she telephoned Brian Marsden at the Central Bureau for Astronomical Telegrams. And Brian, may he rest in peace, had a sense of humor that was almost as good as Carolyn's was. And so he carefully went through Carolyn. Carolyn gave the positions of the new comet. And then Brian said, how bright is it? Carolyn thinks a minute and she says, Brian, I have no idea. I don't know. And Brian says, Carolyn, say anything. I don't care. Say anything. And Carolyn said, 16.3. And Brian said, that's beautiful. And so they put out the announcement of Comet Shoemaker with the magnitude. And so we go on. These stories are not necessarily in any particular order, because the next story that I'm going to share with you goes all the way to our discovery of Comet Shoemaker Levy 9. And we had made the discovery, and Carolyn discovered it that day in her famous words, I don't know, but I think I've stumbled across a squashed comet. And I didn't know what a squashed comet looked like, and I would soon very quickly find out. And then on May the 22nd, 1993, we're sitting, the three of us in the observatory, Carolyn's scanning, I'm checking my email, Gene is in the dark room loading up films. And I'm reading the email, and there are two messages from the Central Bureau, two circulars about Shoemaker Levy 9. So right away I said, Carolyn, there are two new circulars about our comet. So I think something has come up. And I had a feeling something was up, because just before I left for that observing run, Brian had written me saying, I'm not going to tell you yet, but you're going to get some pretty big news about your comet in a few days. And I think I thought this might have been the big news. And I had asked Brian a number of times what he would do if he had to announce that a comet or an asteroid was going to hit the Earth. And he thought about it a second. He said, I think I would simply put out a circular with the ephemeris of the object, and the delta would be included in the ephemeris, which is the distance between the object and the Earth. And you'd see the delta getting smaller and smaller. until it was less than the radius of the Earth. And then you know there'd be an impact. And that's exactly what he did. He put out on the first circular, but this wasn't with the Earth, thank goodness, it was with Jupiter. The RJ was in the ephemeris, and that was getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And then came the second circular where Brian decided actually to say that if you notice that the RJ is reducing to less than Jupiter's radius, and that there obviously is going to be a collision. And it looks like there would be about a 60% chance that starting on the 16th of July, 1994, that at least some of the members of Shoemaker League 9 will be colliding with Jupiter. That didn't last very long. Don Yeomans over at JPL came out with a new prediction a few days later. And in his prediction, he said there's a 95+% chance that all of the fragments of Shoemaker League 9 would collide with Jupiter, which is what happened. And I read this to Carolyn, and we stared at each other. And Carolyn said, "I'm going to lose my comet. I don't want to lose my comet. I'm going to lose it." Meantime, Gene is in the darkroom loading films. And he's listening to what we're saying. And he said, "Is there something about our comet?" And I said, "Yes, you need to see this right away." And he says, "Stop what you're doing." And I heard these bangs and crashes as Gene was putting film away. And then he opened the door, ran to where my computer was, and he sat down. And he said, "I don't believe it. In my lifetime, we are going to see a comet colliding with a planet." This is something that he and Carolyn had wanted to do for so many years. Anyway, excuse me. And as the time to the impact began to get less and less, we started to have interviews. In fact, I remember one of the mountain manager at Palomar would tease us quite a bit as we would come for our monthly observing runs. And he would say, "Here are the Shoemakers, and here they are with their long retinue of reporters trailing." And that was kind of nice to hear. But anyway, one of these was a reporter from a British organization, and they were doing a program for children. And they were interviewing Carolyn. And one of the questions that they asked her was, what would happen if Shoemaker League 9 were to collide with the Earth instead of with Jupiter? Carolyn looked at the camera and she said, "We would all die." The interviewers looked back at Carolyn and said, "Excuse me, Dr. Shoemaker, we want to remind you that this program is for children. And we're wondering if you could redo that answer a little bit less directly." And they asked, what would happen if Comet Shoemaker League 9 collided with the Earth instead of Jupiter? "We would all be very uncomfortable," she said. And that was just one of the things we had. We just had so much fun. Remember, one of the people interviewing us at the Dome, at the end of it, he said, "Okay, what I have to do now to test the camera is that you have to all jump as high as you can." And first Eugene, and then Carolyn, and then David. And I said, "Why do you want us to do that?" He said, "Oh, I always do that whenever I do an interview. I even got Richard Nixon to do that." Anyway, so Gene jumped up as high as he could. Carolyn jumped up as tall as she could. And I didn't do a very good job with it. And we had just so much fun at that time. One of the experiences was a few years later, in 1997, Carolyn and Gene were in Australia. This was actually 1996, the year before Wendy and I were married. And our telephone rang, and I picked it up, and it was Jean and Carolyn calling from Australia. And I said, what's wrong? You never call from Australia. And Carolyn said, we just needed to know when your wedding was because we're not going to miss it. As long as you invite us, we're not going to miss your wedding. And I said, you called us all the way from around the world to find out when our wedding was. And he said, we certainly did. And I said, March the 23rd, 1997. And Carolyn said, you couldn't have chosen a better time. It is the anniversary of our discovery of Comet Shoemaker 89. Anyway, as we're going on, they came to the wedding. And the next story that I want to share with you is one that Jean and Carolyn were actually partly the recipients of. The other one was a group of reporters that were interviewing me about the program that we were still doing at Palomar. And we were at the 18-inch. And at the end of the interview, they said, we need to reach Jean and Carolyn. And I said, well, they're in Australia. There is no way you can reach them. So it doesn't matter. We need to reach Jean and Carolyn. And Fred and Linda are the ones that kept this story alive so much. And I said, well, actually, there is a way. Jean and Carolyn have attached to their car a radiator fax. And they said, a radiator fax. And I said, a radiator fax. And what you do is you send them the message, and it rings a little bell that honks the horn of their car. And they pull off to the side of the road. There's no other traffic on the road, so they can do that. They pull off to the side of the road. They turn off the engine, and they let the car and the radiator cool for 25 minutes. Then when it's cooled enough, that's enough to power the radiator fax, and then they can read your message. And they said, well, then how do they respond? And they said, well, then they turn on the car and drive another while, turn it off, let it cool off for a while, and then they can send a response to you. And they're listening to me, and they said, do you have the number of this radiator fax? And I lost it at that point. And there was really no way to reach Jean and Carolyn when they were in Australia. And another story comes when just near the end, just a few months before Jean was killed in the car accident back in '97, Wendy and I were in Flagstaff, and we were at the U.S. Geological Survey, and Jean had sent Wendy in to get one final thing, and Wendy was about to leave the building, and Jean started to make these motions to her, like, you have to press in the alarm before, you've got to press the alarm in before you can leave the building. And Jean is whispering, oh, I know the timeline's wrong, the stories are not in any order, but am I missing the story?
Yes, you are missing stuff in the story. Okay, if you can hear me, David always makes the fish story get bigger. We were all going out to the USGS, and David and I were going into the building to get whatever it was that Carolyn and Jean needed, or to wait for them. And Jean spent about 20 minutes telling us the exact procedure for getting into the building. And we said, okay, we did it. We got in the building. We were happy. And then when it came time to leave, it was pouring rain outside. And David and I got to the door. And what he forgot to tell us was that there was a procedure for getting out the door. And I was standing there figuring, okay, when they pull up, I'll walk to the car. And we stood there with the door open, which was wrong thinking. And David will do I made this face that David normally makes, thinking, what do I do now?
So Jean is yelling at Wendy to do this and do that. Wendy cannot hear a word.
And Jean and Carolyn are in the car with the windows up and the doors closed.
And Wendy just is sitting there, and she goes like that, at which point the two of them just crack up. And I remember there were two times when they would wake up in the middle of the night, and one time Carolyn would say, "What are you laughing about?" And Jean would say, "The crazy, stupid radiator facts." And then the other story about you and the fish face that you had and couldn't find the way to get out was just really very funny. And I'm going to close with one other story. In 1994, again, just before the impacts, Peter Jedicke was with me observing for with the Shoemakers. We were having a good time and observing. And usually it was the Shoemakers' policy that we had a cassette player listening to music. And I know that Carolyn once brought this tape of gospel songs that she put on. And I'm thinking, what are you doing? And she's just enjoying my reaction so much to that. But in any event, when Peter and I were at the telescope, we decided we would not play the cassette. In fact, Peter and I had all these astronomical songs and not so astronomical songs that we would be singing together and enjoying. And what we decided to do was to have one particular song that we would sing just before the exposure was to end. And the song goes like this. Be kind to your web-footed friends, for a duck may be somebody's mother. They live in a hole in the swamp where the weather's cold and damp. Well, if you think that this is the end, well, it is. And at that moment, we closed the shutter. And we did that. And took the film out, and I ran down to get another film. And I went down the stairs, opened the door, and I found Carolyn hunched over her stereo microscope. And I said, "Carolyn, are you okay?" And she lifted up her head, and her eyes were glazed, they were red, and her face she was laughing, and had a smile from one ear to the other. And she said, "David, I have never enjoyed an observing session as much as I'm enjoying this night with the two of you. I'm just loving this." And I want to say that there were so many special times. The Northern Lights, when I went outside to just check the sky and noticed there was a rare display of Northern Lights, Aurora Borealis from Palomar. And I ran in and told Carolyn, she came out. And at this point, Jean was coming down with the film. And Carolyn said, "Jean, come out. You look at the Northern Lights." And he came out and he said, "Okay, we have to continue observing." And right away, Carolyn said, "No, we do not continue observing now. We're going to stop for a few minutes and we are going to enjoy the Northern Lights." So as I remember Carolyn over the years and over the years to come, and the long friendship that we had over 30 years. And I think the last email that I got from Carolyn was just a few days before she died. We had found a picture, which is of an asteroid that we discovered in 1989, almost over 32 years ago. And we had finally located the picture. And you're not going to see it very well, but there it is. Here's a picture. It's of the Pleiades. And right at the bottom corner, you can't see it in this version. You can barely see, as possible, I can see the discovery of asteroid 1989 VA. The asteroid has just been given an official number. It is an AlCon, which means it goes closer to the sun than the planet Mercury, and then comes out to the orbit of the Earth. This asteroid has a small possibility of colliding with the Earth someday in the future. I'm going to close with a quote that I think that Carolyn would have liked. It is from Romeo and Juliet, and this quotation is, if I can remember it, is from is from Romeo and Juliet is saying, "Come, gentle night, come, gentle black-browed night, give me my Romeo, and when he shall die, take him and cut him out in little stars, and you will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with night and pay no worship to the garish sun." Thank you very much, and goodbye, Carolyn.
Thank you, David. That was really touching, and we love hearing stories about your work with Carolyn and Jean Shoemaker, and I know it's a great loss for you and for all of us, and for the wider astronomy community. At this point, we will now give away a few door prizes before we go to our break. And I remind everyone again that tomorrow afternoon, we have a talk by Dr. Jocelyn Bell Burnell from the United Kingdom. She'll be coming to us from Oxford University, our keynote speaker for this convention, and I hope you'll certainly join us for that. Should be really interesting. Okay, our first door prize today. Yes.
Can I interrupt just for a minute?
Sure.
I just got a message that if anybody out there is watching, excuse me, and there is any issue with the feed that you are watching, if you go to alconvirtual.org, we have updated our the buttons that you can go to watch this. We are now live through YouTube channel. We are using Explore Scientific's YouTube channel. So she might run smoother than what the Facebook is. We've had some comments that Facebook was kind of breaking up. So you can go to YouTube, just go to our website, or else go to Explore Scientific to catch up with that link. So now I'm ready to give out door prizes.
Okay, hold on just one moment.
Sure.
Shut down a few things here. You're right with you.
Sure.
Okay. All right, let's do a random number draw first. So I'm going to share screen here for a moment. And we're going to pick the number. This will be for the Evansville Astronomical Society, which is my club. What is the total number again, Terry?
854.
854?
Yeah.
Okay, we have 1 through 854, and I'm selecting the number. This is for a $200 High Point gift card. And the generated number is 456.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The club made that decision on its own, the board, and I would like to show you a couple of things here for, let's see, I'm going to reshare. The Evansville Astronomical Society has been around since the mid-1930s and operates out of Wanseedler Observatory, which is located about 40 miles out of Evansville. Right now, there's a 14-inch SCT and a 6-inch refractor in the dome, but we are in the process of raising funds for a 20-inch plane wave that will go in the observatory. And we're building a roll-off roof observatory that contains an 11-inch Questar that was given to the club. We have a lecture hall, 2 bathrooms, a computer room, a dark room that's of course no longer used for that. We have lots of connections in the community. Mitch Luhman, who's the head of the Evansville Museum, a planetarium. This is a location where we meet during a couple of the winter months each year. One of our longtime members, Joe Wheelock, is in charge of public relations at the McDonald Observatory and has been down there for since the 1990s. Scott Connor, who is pictured here, a good friend of mine, and I created Stars at the Beach back in 1992, which draws about 300 to 400 people every summer to the Patoka Lake Beach. That's my observing site where I go all the time, except I observe a little higher up away from the beach. This is the president of our club and his 28-inch Dob. It takes two people to lift it. And Mike Borman, who is a widely internationally published astrophotographer, and particularly a solar photographer in all different wavelengths. We conduct public star watches on a regular basis at the observatory. We have lots of involvement with schools in the area, scout troops, and public libraries. Conduct museum watches at the museum, since we have a very close relationship, again, with the director there. Special events such as transits draw us to the museum usually. We do mall shows, astronomy day programs, and we have involvements throughout the community, both with the universities in the area, the Louisville Astronomical Society, Stars at the Beach at Newton Stewart, and of course, a very long-term involvement with the Astronomical League dating back to the 1940s. So that is the Evansville Astronomical Society, and who will win that $200 prize? You're muted.
Dale Bonji.
Okay, congratulations, Dale. And we'll move on now to the Back Bay Amateur Astronomers, who are contributing a 3-volume Burnham Celestial Handbook. And is Robert Powers here?
Yes, sir. Good
There
afternoon.
you are. How are you? Let me draw the number first so that she can be looking it up, and then I'll turn it over to you, okay? 1 second, and we're generating the number. It will be 815.
Thank you. Got it.
Okay, go ahead, Robert.
Hey, good afternoon from Norfolk, Virginia, USA Planet Earth, and greetings from the Back Bay Amateur Astronomers. I've got a recorded presentation, and I'll run that now. Good evening, Astronomical League Virtual Convention 2021. The Back Bay Amateur Astronomers were founded in December of 1978, and our motto is to bring astronomy to the people of the Norfolk, Virginia Beach area here in Virginia. We have members from multiple walks of life, from all over our area, to include scientists, moms and dads, retired folks, doctors, shipyard workers, and we are a heavily military area, and we have active duty servicemen and women from all walks of life. We not only have members from our local area, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, and Suffolk, and Hampton, and Newport News here in our surrounding area, but we also have alumnus members now in Colorado, Maryland, North Carolina, and Arizona. We have a very active website, which we would invite you to check out. And we have a Yahoo technical group, as well as a very active Facebook page. Some of our events include the monthly Skywatch at Northwest River Park in Chesapeake. We do this on the last Saturday of the month, nearest the last quarter moon. We have a Boardwalk Astronomy event in the summer at Virginia Beach, and the city turns out the lights. This is a pretty neat event. I've met people from all over the world. We have scout groups, students and families, where we do customized events. And we have Cub Scouting events where one of our retired members makes sure that the astronomers of tomorrow know exactly how astronomy works, in addition to getting their Cub Scout badges. In the past, we did an annual City of Virginia Beach Star Party that was always well attended. And we also set up a table and some solar scopes at the Public Library at Virginia Beach for National Astronomy Day. In the past, we did our East Coast Star Party in North Carolina. And this was always well attended. And we stayed up all night stargazing. And we had a picnic, and we ate very well. Our annual scholarship makes sure that our student members that are heading off to study engineering or science or math or maybe even astronomy have almost $2,000 to head off to college with. So that's the Back Bay Amateur Astronomers. I hope that the lucky winner of our door prize, Burnham's Celestial Handbook, enjoys them, and I hope everybody has a great evening.
Great, thank you, Robert. And Terry?
The winner will be Chris Adrian.
Chris Adrian. Congratulations, Chris. All right, and our final door prize for this session is being presented by Mark Simonson. Mark, are you with us?
I am.
Okay,
let me go ahead and share my screen here.
Okay. And I believe this is a prize that you are providing. Is that correct?
It is. It is.
Personally.
About, is that sharing? Can you guys see that?
Yes.
There we go.
We did.
About 2 months before the virtual AlCon started, there was a call out for door prizes. And Bob Scott, who's the president of the Island County Astronomical Society, approached me, and he's a really good woodworker. He makes these observing tables, which you can see in the picture. They fold up really nice, flat. They have a lip, so eyepieces, pens, pencils, if you're doing sketching, nothing like that falls off the table. He asked me if I wanted to donate or give an award, a door prize, and from my observing programs. We both are Astronomical League observing program coordinators. You can see the 3 programs on there. I do the Mars program, the local galaxy group and neighboring galaxies, and the Hydrogen Alpha. Bob does the Bright Nebula and 2 in the View programs. So I said, absolutely, I'd do it, but I'm not going to take the table from him for free. So he said, well, why don't you wood burn the Astronomical League emblem on each one of the tables? So I did, and that's what we're offering today.
Fantastic. Let's see, we haven't drawn a number yet, have we?
No.
Okay, let me do that. Can we stop share for a moment?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, Terry, your number will be 358.
All right.
And Mark, before we go any further, was there something else you would like to?
Yes,
show
there
the
is. I'm
members of
gonna
the
have
league?
to. I'm gonna have to share my
Go ahead.
my slide again. I'll have to go on to the next slide. This is available for everybody. If you just email me, I'll send you the plans for this box. I built this a couple years ago, and it follows me to all of our local star parties. And you can see the center picture there. It folds up into a square box, so you can store it in the back of a vehicle, a truck, anything like that. And I was getting sick of carrying 15 cases for all of the eyepieces and all of the equipment for my 14-inch Dob, which you can see on the right-hand side there, and that's at Camp Delaney, one of my favorite star parties that the Olympic Astronomical Society throws up here in Washington. And on the bottom left, you can see it opens up and it's got all kinds of storage compartment in there. And I added a lot of wood burning to that. So if you email me at markandilsa@yahoo.com, I'll go ahead and send you the plans and pictures of what the finished one looks like. And you can build your own if you can afford the lumber now. Lumber's pretty expensive now. That's all I had, Chuck.
Okay, well, that's
And I wanted to thank
work.
all of you. I wanted to thank all of you from the Astronomical League for putting this on. This is absolutely great.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mark. I really appreciate it. That's beautiful work.
Thank you.
The woodworking, I mean, the wood burning too. This is
Oh, yeah.
fantastic. Okay.
Definitely.
And Terry, who would our winner be for the table?
Tushar Kakgevi.
Okay.
And I will send the spelling of that in text or in chat.
Fantastic. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a little break until 4:45, about 12 minutes roughly. And we'll be back with 2 talks you don't want to miss. One, a Slooh presentation for those of you interested in using remote telescopes. Paul Cox will be with us for that. And he will be giving away a membership to one of our student applicants for awards. And Terry has a list of those and has randomized the numbers, and we'll be drawing from those shortly. And then Kareem Jaffer from Montreal will be giving a talk that afternoon, and he's a great speaker. He's been on a lot of our global star parties lately and very, very popular speaker. So we'll be back in about 11 minutes now. Thank you.
Hey, Howard, welcome. You caught us on break.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, and the rest of the crowd will be back in about 2.5 minutes.
Okay, very good. I'm here and ready.
Cool, welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're muted.
And I guess I'm muted. Anyways, we're back.
Today is the day for this.
We've had a great morning so far with the Astronomical League business meeting, and a wonderful talk by David Levy. And we're back to Chuck and Terry.
All right. I am looking, I've lost a list here. That happens every once in a while. Next up, well, first, Chuck kind of introduced the speakers. So what I would like to do is just go ahead and introduce Paul Cox. Paul Cox is with Slooh telescopes. And that is something I always wanted to know more about because I can't go to the southern hemisphere. And so this would be a great way to get great pictures from the southern hemisphere and sit right at home. So I contacted Paul and we spoke, and he ran me through how to do this. And it is amazingly easy and it's fun. I can't believe all of the educational, the learning that is on this website, the things you can do. It is so much fun. So, and Paul is going to show us how to do this. So Paul, if you would, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Slooh, the best kept secret in amateur astronomy. Yeah, it's surprising. A lot of people, we've been going for 17 years now. We launched on 2003 on Christmas Day. That's how committed they were. But anyway, a huge thanks to the Astronomical League, to Terry Mann, Chuck Allen for inviting me to introduce Slooh to AlCon 21 Virtual. So it is a huge honor. And thank you very much, by the way, for the pin badge. That's very special, and that will be up on my shelves as a memento of this. Now, at the end of this session, I think we're going to be awarding an annual Slooh membership, and I asked the League if we could. I'm sorry, folks, but I asked the League if we could actually make sure that went to a student member. So I think we're going to be awarding that to a League Youth Award applicant,
Yes.
which would be quite cool. So yeah, thank you very much for doing that. It kind of aligns with our philosophy and what we're trying to do educationally. But very briefly, I'm going to run through what I'm going to do over the next 45 minutes. I'm going to try and keep it as short as possible because I'm hoping we might have some questions there, but I will inevitably talk about things like membership for Slooh. I don't want to do the sales stuff, but I will inevitably cover bits like that, but I'll keep that very light. So you can ask questions if you are interested, or anybody can email me, paul@slooh.com. And I can answer any questions there. But what I'm going to walk through is I would like to share with the League and everybody watching, because I think our audience might be interested in this. We've got some very exciting news that Slooh announced yesterday. We're also going to take, I'm not sure if this is a first, but it's still going to be pretty exciting. During the whole of the hour, we're going to be looking at live views from our Canary Islands Observatory, because that's what Slooh's about. It's about sharing the sky, all of us as a huge community. And fortunately, it's nighttime in the Canary Islands, actually nighttime here in the UK as well. But we're going to take our first live views there and see what members are looking at. I'm actually looking at a mission, a live view of the Great Hercules Cluster. I'm going to screen share in a sec. I'm going to talk about the backbone of Slooh, which is its community of members. We're going to be discussing, I know there's probably a lot of you who are a bit techie like me, equipment freaks. So we're going to be talking about the observatories that we have and the telescopes that members control every night. We're going to be looking also at what are called Slooh quests. And these are learning activities that guide members through their own personal kind of journey of exploration and discovery as they learn about astronomical concepts. And that's all using Slooh's live telescopes. So we're going to be looking at some of those as well. And I'm going to show you some of the results that members have got. And hopefully you'll be quite pleased to see some of that. It's interesting to see some members actually, even in the Zoom meeting. So I can see Don here, and obviously Maynard is here as well. I'm Maynard, thank you very much. A huge advocate of Slooh over the years, long-time Slooh member. We're going to also, Terry talked about how easy it is to control Slooh's telescopes, but I'm going to show you just how easy it is to control the telescopes, but we're also going to look at some of the more advanced options for those who are conducting research as they learn about astronomical concepts. So we've actually got quite a few members who are following Astro League programs. So we're going to be looking at some of those advanced areas as well that you can use telescopes for, and we will leave plenty of time for Q&A. Now I'm going to share my screen because the first thing we ought to really do, and I'm going to leave this running if this is if that's okay throughout. I've actually got two browser windows open that I hope you can all see. The one on the right is going to be the website. So everything we're looking at tonight is live on the Slooh website. So it's like one of those technical demonstrations, isn't it? And you know that they always go wrong. So something is bound to go wrong. I've got loads of windows open on my machine. So I might have to close some of that down. But on the right-hand side, I'm going to be walking through the Slooh website. On the left-hand side, I'm going to leave up the live views from the telescope. So what we're seeing there on the left-hand side is the live view from our Canary Islands half-meter telescope. That's our telescope at the Institute of Astrophysics of the Canary Islands. Oh, you can see there's a few other tabs here as well. We've got our Canary 2 telescope here. That's just starting off a Whirlpool Galaxy mission that will go to color soon. We've got our Deep Sky telescope there, looking at the Pelican Nebula. I'm going to go over a lot of this a little bit later. You're not going to be able to see this great, I guess, in the screen share, but hopefully you'll see a little bit. Got a waxing gibbous moon there. We've got some Jupiter missions coming up on there as well. We spent the entire last night looking at Jupiter live through the telescopes. But anyway, there's some live views of the telescopes. So first of all, I did want to just, I wanted to touch on the most important aspect about Slooh, and it's Slooh's community. But it's important to understand that Slooh is not a one-to-one telescope rental service. Slooh's goal is to educate and bring together a worldwide community of members who share their passion, their expertise, and their different perspectives related to astronomy. You know, everybody who's watching this, I mean, I can see, obviously, Don. We know that Don is fascinated and interested in comets, but I happen to be a planetary buff. I love Jupiter. Maynard used to do some wonderful collections of astronomical images, and we're going to look at some of that a little bit later as well. So lots of different perspectives, not always the science. So we've got large science groups in our community, we've got the artistic bunch, but we've also got a lot of people who love the culture and the history behind astronomy. And you'll see in some of the quests a little bit later that we pull some of those out. But Slooh kind of offers this is how we like to think of Slooh. It offers this curated journey of discovery. And we kind of think of space as this vast wilderness. And Slooh's kind of like a national park with trails and guides that kind of guide you around it. And we often stress this, but you have to be part of the community before you actually fully understand this. But it is the backbone of Slooh, and we all learn from fellow members using the telescopes, and it is this kind of communal exploration of the universe and space. So we kind of love that. But so who are the community made up of? Well, we've got two groups really. We've got individual members, and we've got three different types of membership. We'll kind of touch a little bit on this, but kind of in showing you what each membership tier can do. But we've basically got a student membership, an apprentice membership, and an astronomer membership. So those are three different tiers. That's individual memberships, but we've also got astronomy club membership. So, you know, we've already got quite a few astronomy clubs who sign up as a package, and they get a whole bundle of memberships that they can distribute to their membership. And obviously over the last year, when so many astro societies haven't been able to meet in person, there's been quite a large uptake of that, because, you know, it's if we think about what we all do at our local astro society is doing exactly what we're trying to do kind of on this global basis, but they can do it in their own private club in Slooh, and they schedule their missions, watch the live telescopes, and enjoy that. You can all see the screen share, can't you? Just give us a thumbs up. Yeah, great. So we've also got our classroom membership as well. And that's really one of the big announcements that we made yesterday. We launched slooh.com in 2003, as I say, but yesterday we launched slooh.org. And this is, finally, we've been working at this for a very long time. This is a not-for-profit arm of Slooh. But more importantly yesterday, and this is really what I wanted to share with everybody here, because if you know any teachers out there, please spread this piece of information. We launched yesterday our new Slooh Space Exploration Grant, and that's for the 2021-22 school year. The first round of applications for that grant are going to be judged by October 18th. And those who are in receipt of the grant, when those are assessed, are going to receive a Slooh license, a full professional development program for the teachers, and this pack of 40 student seats to bring everything that you're going to see tonight about Slooh directly into the classroom. So you can go off to slooh.org. Please don't do it now, but go off to slooh.org and get any teachers. So even if you don't know any teachers, you know, you must know some parents or kids. Just disseminate that information, because we're really, really excited about that. We've got heady ambitions for that, to bring to help 1 million students explore space using Slooh. We've got a dumbbell nebula mission starting in the half-meter telescope. You can just see it coming up on the screen there. Sorry, Slooh members know that when we do our star parties, our live star parties, I'm a bit like a dog when I see a squirrel. I see a lovely live image coming in from the telescopes, and it grabs my attention. But anyway, so the other part about the community, I mentioned clubs, but this is where the different perspectives of the community come in. We've got clubs which basically service just about any kind of interest you can have. We've got people who love observing the moon. We've got For the Love of Lunar Club. We've got Our Sun. Where obviously the solar telescope isn't online today, but my goodness, we've seen some spectacular views that actually I might be able to share an image. We've been seeing some absolutely spectacular images of the sun over the last week. And these are just some of the snaps that I took today from the live feed. So we'll look at this in more detail a little bit later. But this is a snap that I took from the solar telescope this morning, this huge filament, which just looked absolutely spectacular. And the most bizarre looking prominence you've ever seen just at the end of the day. But anyway, we've got comet trackers. So, Don has appeared on many a Slooh star party and talked about comet tracking. Comet tracking has always been actually one of the most popular areas or interests in the Slooh membership. But of course, we haven't had many great ones very recently. So the kind of interest has kind of subsided a little. We've got the art of astro imaging. So we've got a large group of members who like to take the FITS data that they receive from their missions and process their own images, because what you're seeing now are live image streams coming in. And when we snap an image, that's through Slooh's automated processes. So we can talk about that a little bit later. If you're into nightscape photography, we've got a nightscape club. We've got one of the longest running clubs in Slooh from the research and scientific point of view is our A team, and they're our near-Earth asteroid trackers. And that club actually has a fully structured curriculum course where some members teach new members how to monitor and track near-Earth asteroids and comets. We've got a mathematical astronomy club. We've also got a fairly new club, variable star, nova and supernova photometry club, which might be interesting for some of the Astronomical League programs. But so there's a little kind of rough synopsis of the Slooh community. But I guess some of you, we haven't kind of talked about the telescope. We're seeing these live feeds. Let's just hop over. So this is our Canary 1 telescope. We're too early, by the way, for Chile to come online, I'm afraid, Terry. So no southern views this evening during this hour. In fact, I think we're a bit clouded out. So here's the Whirlpool Nebula in our Canary, the Whirlpool Galaxy in our Canary 2 telescope, our Canary 3 telescope. This one really suffers from bad moonlight, but this is the Snake Nebula. It's a really wide field astrograph, and we can just take a look, actually. Let's take a look, see what the conditions are like this evening. So this is our all-sky camera. You're all aware of these, I think, 180-degree field of view. We can see the moon here, the sky's looking blue. So images, we could not really have picked a worse evening for live views from the observatory. We've got some haze here as well. We can see the half meter, what looks like a huge dustbin sticking out of the clamshell dome over here. It's a half-meter telescope. We've got 3 domes in the Canary Islands, one very large dome in Chile. But we'll just take a quick look, see what the Canary 4 telescope. So we got Jupiter coming up. Yeah, and that's looking a little bit muddy tonight, quite close to the moon as well. My goodness, we had some spectacular views at opposition last night. We saw Io ingress for its transit, and just an absolutely classic example of the geometry of opposition. We could just see Io's shadow half poking out from above Io itself, but in this perfect alignment. It was absolutely wonderful to see that. But anyway, let's take a little look at the observatories themselves. So we'll go onto Slooh's website. We'll have a look at some of our guides. You can kind of see all of the kind of guides that we've got. So object types and astronomical concepts and stuff like that. But let's just have a quick look at the Canary Islands Observatory. So for those of you who don't know where the Canary Islands is, it's about 300 miles off the west coast of Africa. I think we can probably zoom out here. So there we go, west coast of Africa. High on a volcano, we're at 7,783 feet, as you can see there, 2,372 meters. And of course, the time zone, as you will all see, you've all said good afternoon over there on the East Coast. Well, yeah, the telescopes have just come online, and of course that's during the summer, so it gets even better the rest of the year. Chile, southern hemisphere, obviously, it roughly comes online at darkness on the East Coast, but that varies obviously throughout the year. But that is so. Sometimes people don't realize just what a spectacular place the Canary Islands is. If you ask a lot of people where's the largest optical telescope in the world, they normally say Hawaii, or they maybe say the Atacama Desert, but no, it's in the Canary Islands. It's actually on the neighboring island of La Palma, the Grand Can telescope. But this is where the Slooh telescopes are based. It is a world-class observatory site, and I have to say, the first time I ever went there to install some new equipment, I thought it was cloudy, but it wasn't. It was the Milky Way. I had never ever seen skies so dark. I nearly packed up for the evening when I looked up, and I thought, oh no, it's cloudy. And there it was, the Milky Way stretching over in a way that I'd never seen. So difficult to pick out Constellation. Have a look at that Dumbbell Nebula live mission, by the way, there. It's just gone into color. And this is all being processed in real time. All of this that you're seeing on that left-hand side is occurring live. And this is why it's not a telescope rental service. Everybody, every Slooh member can be on these live telescope pages. And what I can do here is I can snap my own image from this mission, whether it's my mission or anybody else's mission. And there is that image, which is available immediately. The FITS data for that will be available in the morning. But let's just take a quick look down to see which telescopes we've got available here. In the Canary Islands, we've got 6 telescopes. We've got our flagship, which is the Canary 1.5 meter telescope. We can go into all of the specs for this. I will show you one page. Our Canary 2 telescope so Canary 1 is a plane wave half meter CDK 20 telescope. Canary 2 wide field telescope is a CDK 17-inch telescope that has a lovely little teleview refractor, ultra wide field piggybacked on the back of it. We've got our Canary 3 deep sky astrograph. That's an interesting one for people who are beginning in astrophotography. That's one of these new it's a RASA, Celestron RASA 11-inch telescope with single shot color camera on it. So that's a great way of getting into some astrophotography. Then we've got our Canary 4 solar system telescope, which is a new Celestron 14-inch high def, all obviously equipped with ultra sensitive CCD cameras. And we've also got our Canary 5 solar telescope. That's a Lunt telescope that operates during the day. But you can have a quick look at specs here on our specs pages. So here we go. We're running plane wave for our primary instruments. That's the same down in Chile. We've got primarily Finger Lake instruments, fly CCD cameras, which are, as you all know, pretty good. We've got a variety of filters that we use. We're rolling out photometric filters at the moment. Those are already rolled out in our Chile observatory for anybody who wants to do photometry. And you can see a whole stack of other specs here. We're running on Paramount MEs, but you can see all of those specs if you hop over to the Slooh website. But let's just take a quick look at Chile, because I think I can even show you a photo. I need to add some photos to those guides. But Chile, this is based at, our observatory is based at the Catholic University in Santiago, their research observatory. So they're our partners down there. We've got 3 telescope systems, but the third one is only used for special events. It's equipped with a video camera for lunar and planetary work, but that's not fully automated. We've got a Chile 1 telescope, which is a C14. Actually, that's a 14-inch high def now as well. We've got an ultra wide field telescope that's currently out of service at the moment, but a little piggyback Takahashi on the back of it. The Chile 2 telescope, that's our 17-inch CDK, which I installed last year. Or we got the Lagoon Nebula live coming up. So that's as you'll see in these live image feeds, it starts off in grayscale, obviously, because our CCD cameras are primarily grayscale, using filters, but the real-time processing starts then developing the color. Wait till you see the Lagoon Nebula in coming into color. But this is our lovely, I adore this telescope, this CDK 17-inch down in the southern hemisphere. My goodness, this is really revolutionized kind of what we do. You can see here we're using Astrodome photometric filters down there. More photos of this. This is the installation. It's only been there for 18 months, but it's been an absolutely astonishing telescope. And Slooh members, whatever level of membership you are, you get access to all of these telescopes. You can schedule your own what are called missions. We'll look at that in a little bit later. But also, as you can see, you can follow along and watch everybody else's missions and snap images from that as well. So keep some questions for any of the equipment if you want to know any more detail about that right at the end. But let's have a quick look at a mainstay of what we try and do to teach people astronomy, basically. And this is not just students, this is a lot of us amateur astronomers. And this is, we do this by these things called Slooh quests. And these are learning activities that guide members through this journey of exploration and discovery that I was talking about, to learn astronomical concepts. But all of our quests relate directly to observational astronomy using Slooh's live telescopes. That's really, really important to us. Because frankly, if you want to just learn about, cosmology and a lot of theory, then there's a lot of other places where you can do that far better. And that's not really what we're about. But what you can see here on the Slooh homepage, keep an eye, by the way, on that Lagoon Nebula mission, because that will go to color in the not too distant future. And it looks like that's fairly low, obviously, from the Canary Islands. But that it's quite a way away from the moon, so it doesn't look as if it's being too badly affected by the moonlight tonight. But what you can see over here on Slooh's dashboard, so this is the view that a Slooh member gets when they log in. This is called our quest map. And what you can see here is that it's split down into different zones, and each one of these little badges is one of these learning activities. And I thought, I can start talking about those in kind of all sorts of depth. But actually, I thought the easiest way of conveying to you in the short period of time that we've got is to show you some of the output from members at the end of some of these learning exercises. So that's what I've pulled up a few of these. It does mean that we might not see the Lagoon Nebula. I do want you to see this because I do. It's one of my favorite. We might have another mission scheduled for that. Oh no, we've got the Veil Nebula coming up, Trifid Nebula, Eagle Nebula coming up, Veil East, Veil West by the end. So I will remind somebody, prod me within 2 minutes, all right, and we'll make sure that we hop back to that particular screen, because I'm going to pull this up. So this one was one of our first quests that we did specifically focus to younger students, and it's basically about the exploration of the universe, starting very close to home and going further and further out. I'm going to skip through these quite quickly just to give you the flavor, because I think you'll see from these are what we call the posters at the end of a quest. There's always a product at the end of the quest. There's lots of stages and steps in a quest where the students and members are learning with interactive questions to answer, free-form text that they can add, which actually can land up on their posters. But all of the images that you're going to see on these posters, the members have taken with Slooh's telescopes. So we will skip through these quite quickly, but it will give you a fairly good flavor of what people get up to. So obviously, I kind of tried to put these in some order to show the kind of learning progression that a lot of members will go through. So lunar phases is just a great one to get people hooked into the cycles and starting to introduce astronomical cycles into their thinking. And you'll see a little bit later, we go into seasonality of objects there. But these are all images that have been captured using the Slooh telescopes. This is one of the quests that I wrote. I've done quite a few of these, and we introduce different types of nebulae. So there are different stages in the quest where you learn about what each type of nebulae, how it's created, what it's really doing, what's happening for us to see them, the kind of processes that are going on inside them. But also we have some historical context in there as well that you'll see a little bit later. The sun obviously is another close one to start from home. And in this particular quest, this is about giving a new member an opportunity to capture images from the live telescope feeds very early on. But it goes on to talk about the sun's rotation, and what the member does in that quest is they track a solar field, this active region, which is moving over a period of days. We're going out into exploring the solar system with different objects, but then we're starting to shift gear a little bit. So here we're talking about the life and death of stars and the stellar life cycle. So members go off in the quest and they capture a whole bunch of different types of stars, and then they follow the evolution of that type of star through into what happens throughout their entire life cycle. Let me just hop back because we may have seen, let's just make sure that we're, oh, there you go. There is the Lagoon Nebula in the live view from the Canary 1. Oh, I love that. I'm going to snap an image of that. The live view from the Canary 1 half-meter telescope. The Canary 1, the 1 bit, by the way, is just a number. It is a half-meter telescope. I am working on getting a 1.5-meter telescope for Slooh, but that'll maybe wait a couple of years. So, you know, we're starting to then introduce the students and members and step them through astronomical concepts in this way, but in an observational manner. You never learn anything dry and in theory. It's always backed up with going off to hunt for an object and capture an image of an object like that. So I think in a way, you know, that's obviously what a lot of the Astronomical League programs, you know, are setting out to do as well. Here we're taking the moon quest even further, and we're looking at different types of lunar feature. And the quest talks about when each type of lunar feature is best observed. So it's trying to teach observational skill, even though they're using a robotic telescope. Here we're looking at different types of star cluster and the differences between them. And during the quest, the user is challenged. You're challenged to observe, really look at your images. You know, this is not about going off to Wikipedia or NASA's website and going off to get the best possible image. All of these images are personal. They're the ones that you captured. And that gives them some meaning when you ask somebody to really observe them and analyze them and start looking at the differences. What are they seeing in globular clusters that they're not seeing in the open clusters? This is one of the very early quests actually that we do. That is a snap from a live mission of the Orion Nebula. One of my favorites, but as you can see down below, we're trying to contextualize it all the time, not just in science, but in history and culture as well, because those are very important aspects. And this is a classic one. That's part of that quest about the Orion Nebula. We have this little step, and that right-hand box is empty until the member captures their own image of the Orion Nebula. But then as soon as they've captured it, it pops up in there. And there we've got Messier's sketch of 1769 of the Orion Nebula. And the member is challenged to build their observational skills to start seeing, okay, well, there's the structure. That's what they could see back then. There's a lot of that historical context. And you can see from where a lot of that comes from. I collect a lot of antique astronomy books, and you know, it's absolutely fascinating to see the development of astronomical knowledge and understanding down the ages, and that's what we try and build into a lot of these quests to contextualize. These are some of the collection quests that a lot of members do. So a lot of members are not necessarily interested. And I think we see this, don't we, in the Astronomical League programs. A lot of members are not necessarily interested in doing research or delving very deeply into the science. So, you know, you've got the Herschel 400, you've got the Herschel 2, I think. Those, they're more kind of, they're what we call collection quests, where you're going off and you're going on a hunt really for these objects. And we do these seasonally, but we do them, as you can see, for the Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere, which is always a great little thing to deal with. A lot of those are from live images. We've obviously got the big ones. So we've got our Messier collection every single year as well. We have a live star party where all members contribute. They schedule missions to contribute to that Messier marathon. You know, it's not cheating doing a Messier marathon with robotic telescopes. It's just another excuse to get a whole bundle of very interested people together in a community, enjoying and doing what they love and sharing what they love, using the telescopes. But this is the output. And a lot of members have spent a very, very long time on some of these quests. This is my one, and all of the images that are in there, these are incredibly high resolution posters, by the way. But all of those images are just pure snaps. But some members want to take it further, so they process their own. This is from another member, and he's actually processed all of his Messier objects and uploaded them into the quest. We've got the Caldwell collection, we've got Bennett collection coming along, we have got the Herschel 400 coming along as well, which is going to be an absolutely mega collection quest. But then we go quite deeply into some of our NGSS aligned, so a lot of our curriculum aligned quests, which are directly focused to schools and colleges. So this is one of our In the Footsteps quests, in the footsteps of Kepler, this particular one, where once again, backed up with live observations, students and members learn about Kepler's 3 laws, planetary motion. And the output for the quest is 3 diagrams that try and explain that. One of my favorite quests that I did is In the Footsteps of Clyde Tombaugh. And we've got some very clever modules in the quests. So this one, you upload your images of Pluto, but we have a little tool in the quest where you have to align your images and then blink, compare them. And actually the output is an animated GIF, which is, you might not be able to see Pluto on this, but it is there. And it's about culture, it's about the history of astronomy, and it's about understanding that actually what we do now to discover objects like asteroids and supernovae is exactly the same raw process that Clyde Tombaugh used back there, just blink comparing 2 images. So that's what we're trying to contextualize all the time within our quest. We got the blinking eye of the Gorgon. This is when things start getting a little bit trickier. So this is Algol, the eclipsing binary star, and the timing of this. You can only do this a few times a year, but you land up with that poster at the end of it. So those are all of the photos that I snapped of Algol during its eclipse. And this is actually the output as well, turning it into an animation. And all of this, a student and member does within the quest. So you don't need loads of software like Maximum Photoshop to get all of this output. Now, most members do then, continue to go. But, I think a lot of people in the Astronomical League and a lot of amateur astronomers generally, we see so many people come in to this hobby and pastime and science, and they get lost so early. And that's what we learned at Slooh. When people get thrown in the deep end, unfortunately, most of them drown and they disappear and they don't come back to the hobby. But what all of these quests are designed to do is to give a learning progression. And it doesn't matter what their interest is. It doesn't matter whether or not it is a bit of science fiction and a bit of horror when they're looking at the Halloween Blue Hunter's moon, or whether they're really into science or image processing or any other perspective of astronomy. So I'm not going to go into the, we've got the Veil Nebula East. This is one of my favorite objects as well. I don't know about any of you, but when this live mission comes into color, I always think the Veil Nebula East looks like one of the which are the stone heads? Easter Island stone heads. When it comes up, have a look at it and see if you can see the same thing that I do. But anyway, so that is our quest map over there. So how are we doing for time? I am going to very quickly show you how members control the telescopes. I often start off with this bit, but we're going to finish off with this because I did want to show the two elements. I know there's a lot of people watching tonight and in the Astro League who, you know, a lot of people are just starting out, so they need that ease. They want to be able to control a robotic telescope, which is 3,000 miles away, 2,000 meters above the ocean, in a very easy point and click way. But also there's a lot of people there, Don's here, of course, who want more advanced control of the telescope. But bear in mind, if you want absolute granular one-to-one telescope control, Slooh's not the place to be for that, but I'll show you exactly what you can do with Slooh. So some of the easiest ways of setting up. By the way, all of these things, all of the live views that we've been watching over here, for the half-meter telescope, each one lasts 10 minutes long. For the other telescopes, it's 5 minutes long. And those sessions are called a mission on Slooh. So a member schedules a mission to an object using a particular observatory and telescope. So that's what we call those. And if I click here, one of the easiest ways of setting up a mission is here. We've got featured missions for this week. And we've got the Dumbbell Nebula, Ring Nebula, Eagle Neb, Lagoon. Well, I've got loads of Lagoon, but I haven't got any Ring Nebula missions scheduled. So this is a mission which is scheduled for August 20th, 22:55 UTC. On some of the other pages that you'll see, we do a time conversion people as well. Here we go. That's the veil just coming into color. Now, a lot of you who do your own astrophotography out there will be looking at that, and you'll appreciate just how good that is, given that we're very close to full moon, and you saw that, you know, blue sky tonight. That's not bad for such a faint, fuzzy, diffuse object for a live bit of viewing in a 10-minute time slot. But anyway, I can schedule a mission as easy as this to the Ring Nebula. So there it is. I can join a mission, and I can click that button, and that's it. I have joined that mission. Now that means that all of the images and data from that mission will automatically be saved for me. So you don't have to be looking at the live views to be able to get all the data. So that's probably the easiest way, but I suspect most people are going to want to have a little bit more control over that. So we hop up here to this little menu to mission setup. These are, by the way, all the direct links to each of the live telescopes here. But I'm going to go to mission setup. I'm going to step through just a few very simple ways, and then we can go to Q&A. This is what a student member can do. Now, a lot of Astronomy League members, if you are thinking of joining Slooh, I wouldn't necessarily be tempted by the cheap price of a student membership, because this is the only form of scheduling a mission and control that you have. And what you're going to see here is just a very simple 3-step process. That membership, by the way, student membership, costs $50 a year, and you can set up as many missions as you like, but you can only do a certain number at the same time. But all we're going to do here is we're going to choose a category. So we've got our domains, our solar system, then we go into the Milky Way, and we go into deep space after that as well. You can see all types of galaxies, stars, nebulae here. So let's go for an emission nebulae. And Slooh's recommendation engine is now going off, calculating everything that's going to be visible over the next few days. And in our object list, anything that's in bold is going to be visible over the next few days. So cat's paw. I haven't done cat's paw for a long time. We select that object. We say preview the mission. It's telling us it's the Cat's Paw Nebula. It's going to be at 01:05 UTC on Saturday, tomorrow night. It's going to use the Chile 2 telescope. I press schedule mission. And as a student, that is all you have to do. Now you get an email reminder before the mission takes place. So you can hop over to the live telescope pages and watch that live. But if you can't make it, then all of the images are saved for you automatically. So you'll wake up in the morning and they'll all be there. So that's the main way of controlling the telescopes as a student member. Now, bear in mind, we weren't able to select the date, time, or the telescope to use, because a lot of the telescopes do the Cat's Paw Nebula, but the system has chosen for us. We can go by constellation, is another way of choosing. So this will just select a constellation, select Andromeda. It will calculate what objects in Andromeda are visible. It's going to be all of them at the moment. Andromeda Galaxy, there it is. Preview the mission, schedule mission. Now, this is a really, really easy way of doing it. You could say almost too easy, because it almost devalues what we're asking a student to do. But that's where the quest contextualizes all of that. But now we're going to move into what we call advanced missions. And this is what the other two tiers of membership can do. So apprentice members and astronomer members can still use that by Slooh 1000. The Slooh 1000, by the way, will sit on the homepage. There's a big object map, and it's our curated list of the best objects to view through Slooh's telescope. Trifid Nebula is going to go to color in a sec as well. That's going to look pretty good. It's very, very low in the sky at the moment. But anyway, we can go by catalog. So here we can set up, so slightly different catalogs. You get more advanced ones at astronomer level, but frankly, apprentice level get NGC catalog. So there's not a lot that's not there. So it's mainly some of the more specialist catalogs that astronomers get, the SAO and stuff like that. But let's just go for something simple. Messier, I'm going to stick in 31, Andromeda Galaxy, check visibility, and up it comes. Now, this is giving us a different option now. This is allowing us to select what kind of image processing we want to apply to this mission. So you can see here. Now, this changes what data is acquired, but also how the real-time processing is applied. And what we're seeing on the left-hand side in the live images is that we're seeing the different real-time processing being applied to all of that LRGB data, which is being acquired during that mission. So on here, I think we'd go obviously for bright galaxy or comet. It actually gives us a little description down here of what that processing option is going to do. Preview the mission once again, tells us it's going to use Canary 3. Canary 3 has got this perfectly matched field of view for the Andromeda Galaxy. It totally diagonally fits in the field of view. It's absolutely beautiful. So we schedule that. But I think what a lot of Astronomical League members would be more interested in is this final option. And apprentice and astronomer members both get this option. And here we suddenly get to an individual telescope. So here we can see the schedules for Chile 1, Chile 2, Canary 1. Let's have a look at the schedule for Canary 2. So we're looking at tonight's schedule when this loads. Keep an eye on the Trifid Nebula, by the way. And here we can see tonight's schedule. And this is where the community aspect comes in. There's 3 little dots here. So waxing gibbous moon. Yeah, I'd actually like to join that mission, but I don't really want to stay up because I was up all night last night watching Jupiter. But what I can do is I can click that and I can say join this mission. Now, once again, all of the data from that mission is going to be ready for me come the morning. So that's going to chunter away. Shouldn't have done that really. That wasn't in my list of things to do. It's going to take some time now. We can carry on scrolling down anyway. Oh no, there we go. It's just set. Yeah, confirm that. It's telling us what the forecast is for tomorrow as well. Go back. But anyway, let's go back and set up this advanced mission. So this is where we can select the date, the time. We can see that this is tonight on Canary 2. This is the 17-inch telescope, and there's still some mission slots available here. So there's one, oh, look, somebody is actually going for Algol, the demon star tonight. But we click on this mission slot, 0120. And once again, we have all of the same methods of scheduling a mission, but we've got an additional one here as well, and that's by coordinate. So here we can set up, you don't have to set this, but let's say we're going for a comet. You can set up sexagesimal or decimal coordinates in here, all J2000, put a target name in there. The system will check the visibility for you. And once again, you can select the image processing. And some of the image processing options that would come up in here are going to include our luminance only processing options that only acquires luminance filtered data. So you can see that this is where it gets very difficult often to show people Slooh. And a lot of more advanced amateur astronomers come into Slooh, they see the basics of it and they see that, oh, all I've got to do is click a button and I'm doing that and I'm getting a mission to the Trifid Nebula. You have to dig into Slooh to see these more advanced features. And bear in mind, we've got huge groups of members who are doing some absolutely terrific astrophotography, processing of their own images. Actually, we'll take one very quick look at this and we'll go to questions. Let's just do a quick search on M8 in here. We'll go over to the Lagoon Nebula. And this is our guide page for the Lagoon Nebula. So it tells us everything we want to know about the object, including its annual visibility from each observatory. If we hop over to the missions page, it gives us the upcoming visibility, nice little graph, altitude up here, the time over in X. It also gives us an opportunity actually to join some missions direct from here. It gives us some options that the system's automatically calculated. But what I really wanted to come over to was observation. Say, oh, Trifid's just gone into color. That's a great one for trying to explain, the differences between emission and reflection nebulae, isn't it? That lovely bit of blue there. But here we can see, some observations. So observations are either raw images that members have captured and just shared with the rest of the community, but some members, like this one, Eric, has put together this huge mosaic covering the Lagoon and Trifid Nebula here. But that's the artistic side. We've also got those groups who are tracking near-Earth asteroids and comets and now doing variable star, a supernova photometry as well. So it's huge, Slooh, and it's been one of our biggest challenges. As you can see from the website, there's so much depth to it, but how do we present that without it being overwhelming for the new user, a new person who's coming in new to astronomy, but still actually showing and peeking behind the curtain at some of the more advanced features that more advanced amateurs can do. This is our object map, by the way. I'm going to finish off with this, showing you this. This is a map of the entire night sky. Everything in dark blue is visible tonight. So these are the Slooh 1000 objects, all the little dots in here. You can see there's a tiny bit of the sky around the sun that we can't observe. And that's because we do open during astronomical twilight, which greatly extends the night. But Terry, Chuck, I think we should throw over to questions before we run out of time.
Well, I have a couple of comments and a question. I've been with Slooh since about the third or fourth month, back in 2004. And I got to tell you, it's a great program. I highly recommend it. I was on Slooh last night while we were at AlCon, kind of cheating in class, observing Jupiter all night long. But, nobody knew that but me. And, you can use Slooh for some, not all, but some of our observing programs.
Yeah.
On every observing program, near the top, there'll be an indication whether you can use a remote telescope and whether it has to be manually or can be device driven. And so Slooh does qualify for a number of our observing programs. You have to be in control of the telescope, which means it has to be your mission and not looking over the shoulder of someone else's mission. But I have thoroughly enjoyed it. The question I have is, when are we going to have 24-hour Slooh available? From time to time, I hear rumors that we're going to have one somewhere. So what's your answer to that, Paul?
Well, we've got some great plans, and those plans were scuppered somewhat last year. I was due not to be in the UK last October. I was due to be installing a new observatory. The plans for that have just picked up again. I can't confirm to you at the moment where it is. We know where it's going to be, but because of certain reasons, I can't tell you. But it's going to greatly extend the period of time for people in North America when they can see live views in the telescopes, especially schools. It pulls that live telescope into the classroom a lot further back in the day. But I nearly shared yesterday, actually, a photograph that I have of our new Astrohaven dome, which had been packed into its container. And actually, what's the time now? As we speak, it is on the ocean, heading to its new destination. And what I can tell you, Maynard, is that that particular observatory is going to be the same as the Canary Islands Observatory. So we're going to have a half-meter telescope there, we're going to have a CDK 17 there, and we're going to have those smaller telescopes, including a solar telescope as well. I can tell you that what we're looking for is a very clear eastern horizon, because where this observatory is going to be, observations of a very young moon are very important to them. So that gives you a fairly the biggest steer that I can give you. But
that's a good answer. We don't need to know the details. One point of all this is Slooh just gets better and better, and is always improving. Paul, I appreciate you being here tonight.
Well, I have to say, Maynard, we kind of lost you to the Astronomical League because you were a community leader for well over a decade at Slooh, one of the greatest ambassadors we've ever had. And it was always fascinating to follow your activities. If you saw a mission scheduled by Maynard, you always knew it was going to be interesting. But unfortunately, the Astronomical League, has swallowed up all of your time. So we don't see as much of you as we'd like. So I think, Maynard, it's about time you gave somebody else a chance to take over the Astronomical League.
Well, I have no choice. I have to do what Paul says.
Hey, wait a minute.
I'm poaching Astronomical League.
No, none of that.
Let's hear some good questions from other people.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Wade Prunty, who's watching on Twitch, wants to know, is there a subscription that would allow him to share the screen with viewers on Twitch live streams?
Oh, well, we've just launched something that would be probably of great interest here. We never used to allow the kind of broadcasting, the live broadcasting of the live streams. But what we've got is we've just launched a Slooh Discord server. And for those of you who don't know either what Twitch is or Discord, they're both kind of similar platforms which a lot of gamers use to share their gameplay with other people. And we used to do our star parties on YouTube and feed them into the website, but we're now doing them on Discord, our Discord server. And what we're trying to do is encourage our members to hold their own star parties. So if they're particularly interested about emission nebulae, then set up some missions about emission of emission nebulae, go into the Discord server where they've got access to share the screen, go live with audio, get other members involved as well. And in fact, we had that last night. Our show last night for Jupiter's opposition was scheduled to be 1 hour. We did the main show for students. I then hung around with a whole bundle of members and we spoke for another hour. It was then 3:30 in the morning for me, so I decided to go to bed, but it carried on going for 2 hours where all the members were discussing what they were seeing in the live feed. So we are trying to encourage everybody else to use Slooh's platform to come in and to run their own star parties and really start sharing their own personal journey of exploration under the shared sky, which in this case is robotic telescopes. But if, like me, I can't go outside and share a sky at the moment because it's cloudy in the UK, and that's where Slooh kind of, slots in quite nicely for a lot of us. So the answer is kind of yes, but it's still within Slooh's realm. But yeah, if he became a member and wanted to maybe broadcast a bit of Twitch, then he can email me, Paul@slooh.com, and I'm sure we can arrange something. So
Paul, this is Chuck Allen. I have a
Hey, Chuck.
question from a friend on my phone that says, can advanced users establish or control exposure times and filter usage?
Yes, they can, but only to a level. So that's when I was talking about the granular control. If you want to sit there with all of the telescope and camera parameters, then no, you can't do that. But what we provide you with is those image processing presets that I showed you during the last stage of setting up a mission. And there's a guide here that shows you what this really means. So for each telescope, so let's take a look at the half-meter telescope, because this is the main telescope that we're using. It's the telescope we're using over here for the Eagle Nebula, which looks a little bit wind-blown here. I don't know, let's see if we can get this up to a larger size so you can see it. So this is all of the processing presets which are available for selection by the member when they're setting up their mission. And you can see that it has different filter usage, different exposure level, different binning levels, as well as different real-time processing. But of course, the real-time processing doesn't affect the raw FITS data. It only affects the real-time PNG images, which are actually produced. We have a patent for doing that all. But you can see down here, we've got multi-luminance 20 seconds, multi-luminance 50 seconds. And basically what those recipes are doing, presets are doing, is they're taking as many 50-second exposures that will fit within that mission. Because of course the Slooh time can vary depending on where the targets are and stuff like that. With the Chile 2 telescope and soon in the Canary 1 and Canary 2 telescopes, there are also photometric presets there as well, using the photometric filters at various exposure levels, because we worked with members who were interested in doing photometry to say, look, you guys know we can't give you granular control to select 1.5 second exposures. That's not how Slooh works. If you want that, go to a telescope rental service. But what we want to do is provide you with the presets for the photometric filters, which are going to cover every range of magnitude star or object that you're going to want to observe photometrically. So there's a whole stack of photometric recipes that use different exposure levels, which that team of Slooh members have said, this will serve us perfectly. So,
thank you.
Another couple of questions, was the Northern and Southern Hemisphere coverage by Slooh? And there's a question about what about narrow band imaging?
okay, so we do have narrow band filters on some of the telescopes, but we mainly actually use those as neutral density filters. So when you see a moon image on Slooh through Slooh's telescopes, imagine a half-meter telescope and trying to take an image with an ultra-sensitive CCD camera of the moon. Well, it's just too bright, even on the minimum exposure level of binning 1 by 1. So actually we use a hydrogen alpha filter as a neutral density filter there. But Slooh's MO really is, if you can imagine narrowband filters on 5 and 10 minute missions, some members accumulate hundreds of hours of FITS data to process their own images. But it's not really great for the live experience. And don't forget, Slooh's like a jukebox. This is about the community doing this together. It's not about one person, setting up a narrowband mission where frankly, you're not going to see anything in the live mission. So all the other members are not going to see anything. That's not what we're about, because that's when you're getting into one-to-one. That when I talk about one-to-one, I talk about one person and their relationship to one telescope, and that's what we're not about. As far as the Slooh coverage is concerned, Northern and Southern Hemisphere, well, we've got the whole sky covered. This object map will show you. This is, let's just zoom out. So this is the whole sky. So we've got RA in the x-axis, we've got declination in the y. We can see the celestial equator there. One of the things that Maynard, and actually Don's still here as well, we operate incredibly low horizons with our telescope. So we've got one member, our main our main comet expert, Bernd Luckenhoner, and he recovered a comet which was 6 degrees above the horizon, rising in the east, because our telescopes can observe really low down like that, and we have lots of safeguards. They're not going to be caught by the sun or anything like that. But just if you look at this is the whole sky, and the only part of the sky that we can't see tonight is the gray area. I mean, just look how close that is to the sun, you know, and that's because we have these very low altitude levels for where the telescopes can point, but also we start our missions during astronomical twilight. So astronomical darkness falls half an hour into the night and ends half an hour before the end of the night. So we've got the entire sky covered.
Another question. Hold on for just a second. I'm missing it here.
Oh, we've got lots of Slooh members in chat watching us on AlCon. Yes.
Yes. Bill Davidson on Facebook wants to know, how can a club use Slooh for its membership?
That is a great question, given the company that we're in today. So astronomical clubs can buy a club membership, and what that gives them is, it depends what their requirements are, and they need to speak to, you know, some of our education groups staff to work this out exactly what they need. But each one of those, it's a bit like the classroom product as well for schools. It comes with a single apprentice account, and then up to however many student accounts that they can then distribute amongst their membership. And the value of that is ridiculously good, you know. But when you think about a student membership costing $50 a year for unlimited use and access to absolutely everything, you know, you can see that that's already a good price. I will just say the prices of the others, not as a sales thing, but just because it kind of fills in the gaps. So a student membership for a year is $50. An apprentice membership a year is $100, and an astronomer member, the top tier, with access to all of those extra little bits and pieces, is $300 a year. And an astronomer member can have 5 missions scheduled at any one time. So you could have 5 missions scheduled on the Canary 1 half-meter telescope tonight. As soon as the first mission runs, you can book another one. You can schedule another one. So the only cap is that you can only have 5 scheduled at any one time. But as soon as the first runs, it's released back to your quota. So you'll see a lot of members, actually Maynard included, you know, box quite clever. They'll set up early missions at the beginning of the night, wait for those to run. As soon as they run, they've already got time to be able to book further missions up later on that night. And there's no limit, either nightly, weekly, or annually, on how many missions you can set up. And as you saw from the schedules, you know, we built this for scale and about joining other people's mission. If you want a mission of the Veil Nebula, chances are there is a mission tonight that you could join to do that. So it's quite an efficient use of the telescopes from that point of view.
There's Jeffrey Padell on Facebook, watching on Facebook, is saying, is Slooh ever going to be able to tell us the preset being used on a mission before we join it?
Yes, we will. So if we went to the schedule page, this has been something that members have asked for a long time. So if we were to go to, let's say, the mission setup page, and we just take a quick look at the schedule, we're going to be adding the preset that is used. So in other words, those what data it's acquiring, how it's being done to the schedule page. So you'd be able to come down here and you'll be able to see, yep, this person has set up a celestial coordinate mission to that particular star, and that's the processing option that's been chosen for it. So yes, you will in the future. Can't give you a date on that though.
I'm going to have to jump in here, and we really need to make that the last question because we want to give away the membership that Paul was talking about. So,
okay, let me explain how we're doing this. We have put into the hopper, if you will, the names of all applicants for our 2020 and 2021 National Young Astronomer Award, Horkheimer Service Awards, that's Smith and Daria, Horkheimer Parker Imaging Awards, and Horkheimer O'Meara Journalism Awards. These are all of our youth awards, and not just the winners or second or third place, but all applicants. Now, the number is 24 because we had a number of multiple winners over these years, so it's actually a lot more applicants than it seems. So I will draw the number now. Terry, you have the list ready?
Yes, I do.
And you've randomized it somehow. Okay.
Yep.
Hold on. Let me share screen. And we will draw the number from 1 to 24. I'm prepared to do that now.
All right.
The number is 20.
All right. Just
Excellent.
a second.
Okay.
Who's that?
That will be Stephen Castillo.
Castillo. Okay.
Castillo, I'm sorry.
Great.
Yes.
Okay.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to welcoming him into the Slooh community and seeing what he does over the next year with his Slooh membership. That's going to be cool
That'll
to
be
watch.
fantastic.
That will be.
I think his sister will be jealous.
Well, maybe you should get him to come on to next year's conference and share with you all what he's been doing with Slooh over the year.
I think that would be fantastic.
I do
Okay.
too. Yeah,
All right.
there's so much there to be done. So Paul, thank you again. We have really enjoyed learning about Slooh. There is so much
you.
there. It's endless. What you can do is endless. So
Yeah.
thank you again for joining us.
Well, thank you very much for
Paul.
the
Really
thank you
appreciate
very
it.
much for the opportunity, everybody. Thank you.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Okay, we have some awards to give out, Terry. And the first we're going to be talking to is Jai Shet. Jai, are you here?
Yeah, and I usually pronounce it J.
Jay, okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I should have asked first.
It's all right.
And welcome. I don't see your picture yet. Need your video on. Okay, there you are. Okay, first of all, let me share screen and we'll be right back to you in just a moment. Okay, and okay, here we have a picture. Is this your sister?
No, that was one of the attendees. No, that was one of the attendees at an outreach event that I participated in.
All right, and we have, let's see, I'm going to go to a larger version here. Okay, can you tell us about this picture, downtown Milky Way? I believe this was your winning picture for the Horkheimer Parker this year, was it not?
It was last year's, yeah.
Last year's? Okay, that's
yeah.
right. Okay, and how did you take this one?
Well, it took a whole year to capture not just this image, but the entire Milky Way galaxy using a 135 millimeter lens. So that lens had such a small field of view. Like, for example, the field of view of that was just a fourth of this image. So it required us to take a panorama of the entire galaxy. And regrettably, I couldn't send the whole image because it was just so big. So just to put it into perspective, it wasn't like a rectangular image with a good ratio. The dimensions were mostly like that of a ruler. So a ruler has 1 inch on one side and 12 inches on the other, right? That was the whole image. If I had sent that instead, it would have appeared so small that you wouldn't be able to see it. So regrettably, I had to crop it down to just the galactic center. It would have been so great to share the entire thing, but it was, the dimensions were just so narrow.
Okay.
And no, I wasn't.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say more about the image.
Whoops, let me go back. There we go.
Yeah, so this was not taken in one location, but two. The left side was taken in Big Bend National Park, and that corresponds to the northern part of the Milky Way, whereas the right side is the southern. Even though you can technically see the right side from Texas, it's just too close to the horizon to get good quality data out of it. So to get the southern part of the Milky Way, we traveled all the way to New Zealand with my parents and my brother and captured the southern hemisphere over 6 nights. And thankfully, well, actually, 5 of those nights were cloudy skies. And the very last night, we were able to capture the entire southern portion. So we got very lucky there. Had it not been for that one night, we would have left empty-handed. And that was just before the pandemic started. So there's actually no way for us to go back to the southern hemisphere anymore. That was the last chance we got to actually take the southern part.
And this next picture is your winning picture from the Parker Award this year, yes? Searching for the Milky Way?
Yes.
And that was taken
Now,
where?
this is actually my taken in Moab, Utah. This was actually my second attempt over 2 years. My first attempt was taken in 2019 in the winter, and there was just so much snow on the ground that I really couldn't get up to that vantage point. And the second attempt was in 2020, and I was successful in getting to pose myself near the balanced rock, which is what it's called. And this place is in Arches National Park. That's me, and I was able to take the picture using a wireless camera remote. And my brother was there on that night as well.
And your brother is pictured here, I believe, and your brother Neil,
Yes.
and he took this picture. Was that about the same time, Night Sky Party?
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks later. This was taken in Arizona, and in a place called the Toadstool Hoodoos. So what you're seeing here is a bunch of hoodoos, which are rock formations that form when the lower part gets eroded, but the top part remains. So that's why it's like Bryce Canyon National Park.
Right.
There's just a lot going on in this image. The Milky Way arches, the Zodiacal Light on the left, Andromeda Galaxy on the top right, and so many other things. But the one thing you might notice is that the Starlink satellites, which is just arching on the left hoodoo, just came out of nowhere. We were pretty lucky to get that.
Very nice. Okay, I'll stop sharing now. I'd like to say just a couple of words. Jay won also the Dario Service Award in 2020. And I believe you've now finished homeschool. Is that correct? You're off to college this fall?
Yeah.
Where are you headed?
No, I'm taking a 1-year break.
Okay.
I feel confident in that decision because it gives me time to reflect on what I want to pursue in college. And also there are a lot of things that I wanted to fulfill. And many of those things have got to do with photography. I'm very passionate about photography, especially astrophotography, ever since I joined the Fort Bend Astronomy Club in 2018. That's when my passion for astrophotography has started. And since then, I've really improved, and now I'm here.
Well, do you have a couple of your plaques, Andy?
Yeah, yes, I do. And they were heavy. So I've got one of them here.
Okay.
And it's such an honor to win awards from the Astronomical League, especially not 1, but 3 awards. So this one's the Service Award.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I believe these all came, just for other young people who may be watching, these came with $1,000 prizes as well, sponsored by the Horkheimer Charitable Fund. And we owe a lot to the Horkheimer Charitable Fund and to Dwight Horkheimer in particular for making these funds available for our award winners. Well, Jay, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. And congratulations on your awards.
Pleasure.
And good luck next year with your photography. It's fantastic work. Okay, thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
If I may say a word, I'm so
Sure.
proud of Jay and Neil, and he's written a lot in the Reflector, and it's worth going back probably the last year or two. He has written prolifically and done a great job. Jay, congratulations.
Thank you. And I plan to continue writing.
Excellent.
Good. Okay, thanks, Jay. We may have a delay in getting Richard Francini with us. Richard, are you here yet? He was traveling. Yes, you are. There you are. Can you unmute yourself for us?
How's that? Can you hear
There
me?
you go. Yes, I can. Welcome. I hope you didn't have to go too fast to get here in time.
I made fantastic.
Okay, let me share screen. This is, I'll let him describe what we're seeing here. Just a moment. I've got to get to the correct location. Oops, passed it. Okay, this I believe was your winning sketch for the sketching award for last year. Is that correct, Clavius?
This one was from 2018.
2018. Okay, I'm sorry. And then this was an image I believe we've got on the masthead of the League website, do we not?
Yes, you do. I appreciate that.
Yes. And this image?
This was the one from 2020.
This is the 2020 Sketching Award. And okay, straight wall, beautiful shading. Can you tell us a little about your technique?
Well, if you looked at the first one and then you looked at this one, you see a bit of a difference. Now go to the second one. One of the problems with doing the moon is well, you've got really dark shadows, but then you've got bright areas, which are, where the sun is hitting, and then you've got shades of gray. Well, those bright areas, which are white, are very difficult to put into a sketch. So this one, I tried something completely different. I sketched it on dark gray paper, and then I used the regular pencils to basically set it up. But when it came time to shading it, I used black charcoal pencil and a white charcoal pencil. So the white charcoal pencil allows you to put all that white in, which really makes a big difference. It was kind of an experiment, and I think it turned out pretty darn good.
I'll tell you what impresses me the most about this sketch is this rill right here. That is just, I mean, the whole thing's fantastic, but that rill especially, you just caught it perfectly.
You can sketch what you can see, and
yeah.
The problem with sketching is, a lot of time maybe you have average seeing and you don't see as much. In this particular case, my third crack at it, because I had 3 sessions, I had probably good seeing, I would call, and I managed to pick that up. And then at the bottom of that, there is actually a little dome, a little lunar dome.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
In here.
Yeah. Now the one before, the Clavius picture, I was lucky enough to get close to perfect seeing on the last day. And then what happens is you see all this new stuff, and it's like, that's going to take me forever to finish this darn thing because there's so much detail.
Yeah.
All those little craterlets, I didn't see any of those until the last day. And then I'm hustling to put all this new detail in. And so you can only sketch what you can see. So it's really all about seeing.
Well, I'm sorry we couldn't present this to you last year at our convention, which didn't happen, but I'm glad you could join us tonight. Do you have your plaque handy?
I do. And it's a beautiful plaque.
Fantastic.
We
want to encourage people to participate in these award programs. We'll be announcing them in the December issue of Reflector for the coming year.
They do a nice job on those plaques. They're beautiful.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll give credit to that to Carol Orridge, who handles all of our plaque production for us in Kansas City. Okay, thank you, Richard, for joining us. Again, I hope you didn't have to rush too fast to get back.
I got there plenty of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Kareem, are you with us?
I am.
Fantastic.
Good to be here.
Great to see you again. How are you?
I'm doing great.
With us tonight is Professor Kareem Jaffer of Montreal. He's a physics faculty member at the John Abbott College. I assume that's in Montreal. Is that correct?
It is.
Yeah. Kareem has been involved with a lot of our global star parties lately and has given a lot of wonderful talks over the course of the last number of months that just are really fantastic, and he's going to share one with us tonight. Kareem specializes in STEM education and in pedagogical development, basically teaching techniques. He's been teaching astronomy, I think, since about 2016.
Exactly.
For the last 5 years, and has developed a number of student-directed teaching approaches that involve use of astronomical data and research and experimental learning opportunities. that are provided largely through the Montreal Center of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada that I'm now a member of. And I apologize to Kareem that I haven't been regular on the meetings of the RASC Montreal Center lately because we're getting ready for this, and I think he probably understands.
Totally.
The result of his work at the John Abbott College has been that the college now embraces observing programs and outreach programs that he's developed there and astronomy-related projects. He's the public relations coordinator for the Montreal Center of the RASC. I think he's had that position for 5 years. And he's been involved in helping reestablish the I.K. Williamson Astronomical Library. He coordinates a lot of outreach activities in the Montreal area. And so with that, I will turn the program over to Kareem, who will be speaking tonight on two-eyed seeing, ancient observations of the night sky.
Thank you very much, Chuck. And thank you to Terry as well. I really appreciate the chance to be here at AlCon. And I actually want to start off by mentioning that, yeah, a lot of people in the audience likely know me from the Global Star Parties. And I want to mention how wonderful a job Scott has been doing with the hosting these Global Star Parties, especially in the COVID times, just allowing us to continue doing astronomy outreach in a really novel way and reach a global audience and be able to share something that is really personal to a lot of us and really drives us. And we haven't had a chance to do that in person up until, well, for us, it was this past weekend, we finally got a chance to get out under the stars with some actual physical people and audience. And it was amazing. But these Global Star Parties really have been a conduit for us to share our love of the night sky. And so what I want to talk to you about tonight is something that has come up a few times during the Global Star Parties, as well as on the work that I'm doing on Astro Radio in the UK. And that's one where we're kind of looking at the cross between pop culture and astronomy, specifically through music and through songs. And when we talk about songs and we talk about the cross between pop culture, we recognize that a lot of our learning starts at home. And so if our learning starts at home, we are looking at our learning from our ancestors, from our backgrounds, from our cultures, from our traditions. And we are very lucky here in the Montreal area to have a fairly good connection with a lot of our First Nations peoples nearby. I have had students my last few years from the First Nations in my classes, and I've been able to hear firsthand from them a lot of what they have learned about the night sky. So what I want to share with you tonight is this idea of two-eyed seeing. And I'm going to build that idea in a little bit slowly, and then we're going to see examples of it through many different cultures, hopefully across the globe. I'll try to hit some from every different area of the world. And I'm going to preface this with two things. First off, the pronunciations of a lot of these terms and a lot of the names are very difficult for people who didn't grow up within those cultures. We know that ourselves just from the global nature of the GSPs. When we're talking to people from different cultures, it's sometimes hard to know exactly how to pronounce their names, let alone the names of the instrumentation or the legends that they're talking about. And then the other is the fact that when we're talking about something that's personal to you and something that comes from your upbringing, from your culture, there's a level of authenticity that's required. And you can't get that authenticity when you're outside of that culture. So there's a little bit of permission that's required and acknowledgement that's required when we're sharing these stories on behalf of others. So we're going to build up to that, and I'm going to try to share with you a few of those caveats and a few of the instances where I can't share certain stories for different reasons. Before I do that, I want to make sure that since we have a global audience and the Astronomical League, by and large, the majority of the members, the vast majority of the members are from the United States, I wanted to make sure you knew where Montreal was. And I figured all of us being either amateur observers or enthusiasts or professional astronomers, a light map would be the best way to show the issues that we have in the Montreal area. So here's a light map of most of the US with a little bit of Canada mixed in at the top. And I can point you to where Montreal is. It's that really, really, really bright glow right there. To our left, you actually have Ottawa, which is the capital of Canada, and then Toronto, which is the largest city of Canada. All the way over here on the West Coast, you have Vancouver. But Montreal really is a big light sink. And this is a close-up from the ISS. This is a picture taken by astronaut David Saint-Jacques while he was up there just recently. And you can see just the glow of city lights everywhere across the island of Montreal. Now, we're very lucky with the RASC Montreal Center to have an observatory that was a partnership created with the McGill University in their ecosystem that's a protected area on the West Island of Montreal. It's called the Morgan Arboretum. And so we have an observatory there with a 14-inch telescope that's available for our members during the non-COVID times. So we haven't been able to access that observatory for almost 2 years now. Right near there is my campus. It's just south of that arboretum. It's actually connected by a road because we share part of our campus with a western campus of McGill. And so this is actually the 2017 partial eclipse event that was one of the first big events hosted at John Abbott as our partnership with RASC Montreal started to grow. That was one that was actually coordinated by some of my students, and they used this as a launching point for the Jack Space Club, which is a student club which is running to this day and does a lot of events with our RASC. Now, when our RASC and our JAC partnership really started to take off, we started to see benefits on both sides. We saw the RASC benefiting from students helping to volunteer at events, as well as coming out to some of the dark sky nights. We hosted the library at my campus for the RASC. That's the I.K. Williamson Library that Chuck mentioned earlier. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that David Levy is our honorary president. And he comes to Montreal a couple of times a year, typically. He's given us talks within this library, and he was really happy when we named it after I.K. Williamson. Despite somewhat tumultuous past with her, he and her became very, very fast friends later on in life, which is great. He actually donated to us this little telescope model, which comes from St. Mary's University in the eastern part of Canada. And we host all of these wonderful events together where students and the RASC members can share the campus. And as a result of this, we have a mixed influence where our students get to learn from amateur astronomers and learn the importance and the passion of outreach. And at the same time, our RASC members kind of remain grounded in what the next generation is looking at as they come through. And one of the results has just risen over the last couple of years. So when I started taking over teaching astronomy, one of the big things I wanted to do was incorporate more of what the students wanted to learn rather than what was in a lot of the prescriptive textbooks. And one of the things was the approach to ancient astronomy. I found that the approach to ancient astronomy in a lot of textbooks disregards indigenous astronomy. And so when I spoke to my students about it, it really hit a nerve, and they really wanted to learn more about the indigenous cultures and the way in which they saw the stars and land. And around the same time, the reconciliation process brought about this land acknowledgement that began to be recited and read out at the start of every John Abbott event. So starting last summer, we started doing a land and sky acknowledgement at the start of our RASC Montreal Center events. It was based largely on the text from John Abbott College. And what we did is we incorporated into it the recognition that it's not just the land that we appreciate that the First Nations took care of and that we are here on a traditional gathering place of theirs, but that the sky that we see, the stories that we tell are built off of the stories and the sky that our First Nations ancestors grew up with. And so when we look at the sky, I always try to tell one story, one object, one item in the night sky that touches to the ancient stories of the First Nations. So sometimes it's the moon. And I have here a picture of a moon taken by one of my students. And at the moment, we are approaching a very, very rare type of blue moon. Now, you've heard the term blue moon in pop culture, and normally we talk about the blue moon as the second moon in a calendar month. And that's not actually the basis of the origin of the term blue moon. I'm going to leave that for a moment. I'm going to come back to that in a second, and you'll see where the term blue moon actually derives from early on. But the constellation story that we tend to tell the most here in the Montreal area and going east towards Nova Scotia is of the Big Dipper, which in First Nations, especially in the Algonquin peoples, they tended to refer to it as Moen and the Seven Hunter Birds. And Moen and the Seven Hunter Birds is actually a Micmac story or Mi'kmaq story, depending on how you pronounce it. It's a story of how the constellation itself moves through the seasons at sunset. Because the majority of our First Nations not only had a clear view of the night sky, but they also didn't tend to stay up too late because it was dangerous late at night to be going out away from your camp or your home village. And so what you saw of the night sky was typically right after sunset or right before sunrise for the hunters and the fishers. And so most of the legends have to do with the location of these constellations at that moment after dusk when the darkness first starts to fall. And when you follow the Big Dipper at that moment, what you see is that through the summer and the fall, that Big Dipper is high up in the sky and it's going all the way around, but it appears to be chased by these other stars. And those other stars are the Seven Hunter Birds. And they're chasing after the bear because the bear is constantly scaring away the food that the rest of the animals would survive off of. And so by the time winter comes around, the bear is very tired, he's hungry, and the birds are catching up. And as the bear settles behind the valleys or behind the mountains, behind the hills and the trees, the birds have caught up and the land is colored red as the Big Dipper is hidden. And that redness, of course, is just the sunset, but it's captured into that story as the birds have now caught the bear and subdued the bear so that they can go back to their hunting. But then, of course, the spring comes along, the bear comes out of his cage, it's out of his hibernation and starts to rampage through the forest again, and the bear and birds start following. These stories are part of the Mi'kmaq culture. And about 2 years ago, I was at the RASC General Assembly in Toronto, and I was presenting on the work that I've been doing with my students in the self-directed learning. And I had the opportunity to meet Dave Chapman from the Halifax Center, who was involved in this Mi'kmaq Moons project. And I chatted with him recently, and he agreed to my telling a little bit of their story for tonight's AlCon presentation. And what this story is it has to do with Kathy LeBlanc, who's a member of the Acadia First Nation and works at one of the Rask Dark Sky Preserves, which is the Kejimkujik National Park and National Historic Site in Nova Scotia. And I know I pronounced it wrong, and I really apologize. I did practice, but it's a hard one to pronounce. Anyway, she was asked by the park and historic site to do a talk about Moen and the Seven Hunter Bears. And she said, absolutely. And they said, great. Afterwards, can you let people know how to spot the different constellations and understand the night sky? And she said, no. But she reached out to the RASC Center, and Dave stepped up to help her and came with the astronomical knowledge to go along with the First Nations knowledge that Kathy brought. So together, they told the story of Moen and the Seven Hunter Birds, and then brought people out and showed them how to identify not just Moen, but also all of the other circumpolar constellations. And they were able to identify some of the stories with them. That led to this idea of trying to bring a lot of the Mi'kmaq culture back and allow people to learn more about it. And learn more about it, not just in terms of the constellation stories, but also how their understanding of the night sky matched the way in which nature really supported their community and they supported nature. So one of the big parts of this project, the Mi'kmaq Moons project, was learning not just the pronunciations of the moons, but why the moons are called what they're called. So the current full moon that we're at now is called the berry ripening moon in Mi'kmaq. And others call it the sturgeon moon because the sturgeons are really great to go fishing for right now. But the berry ripening moon for the Micmacs is because now is the time to pick the berries, not just the ones that you're going to have now, but the ones that you're going to dry for the winter seasons as well. And so each one of the moons comes with a name that really integrates directly into the way in which nature is acting at that time of the year. These full moon names are a purpose for them. They connect them to nature. And one of the things the Mi'kmaq found early on is every few years, nature wasn't doing exactly what the moon was saying it should be doing. So at those times, a moon would repeat. And that's when you had 13 calendar moons within one solar year. And that happens because our lunar month is 29 and a bit days. Our calendar year is 365 and a quarter days. So it doesn't quite fit to 12 lunar months. And we know that from astronomy. We know that from just going out and seeing the moons. And it turns out that if you have 4 moons in one season, the third moon is what's referred to as a blue moon, which is what we have today or tomorrow, actually. So the real term blue moon is in correspondence with this recognition that the lunar cycle falls out of sync with the natural cycle of these Mi'kmaq moons. And so then a Mi'kmaq name gets repeated over 2 moons. So I mentioned that part of this was learning how to pronounce the moon. So there's actually an entire resource that's been developed online, and you can go for every single one of the moons and learn exactly how to pronounce it and when to see it.
Gizigewigus, berry ripening moon. Gizigewigus, the berry ripening moon.
So the Gizikewagus. And that's one that when you just look at the name, it's very hard to pronounce. But a lot of these names, when you pronounce them correctly, there's a power that comes with that and a recognition and a respect that you're showing to those First Nations. Now, as a result of this project and many others, stemming all the way back from the International Year of Astronomy in 2009, we've had this resurgence of a claiming of their heritage by a lot of our First Nations in Canada, the US, and in other parts of the world. I'll talk about Australia a little bit later because they've really become very empowered to capture a lot of their stories and share them. So one of the stories or one of the resources that I wanted to tell you about is just starting out. It's an individual, Susan, who will be telling star stories that her grandmother shares in Mi'kmaq, and she's going to be translating them as closely as she can into English and sharing them along with others such as pieces of artwork, music, folk songs, traditions, weavings, beadings, etc. And so this is the group called Regeneration of Mi'kmaq Star Stories. They can be found on Facebook or on Twitter. And I highly suggest that you take some time to look at some of these resources that I'm going to share with you throughout this presentation, especially for outreach as well as for education. Now, let me just, as I mentioned, in 2009, during the International Year of Astronomy, one of the things that came out was that a lot of these stories really benefit from an animation that helps share what they visualize within the Mi'kmaq culture and within other cultures when they see the stories, when they hear these stories, when they share their songs. And so there's a YouTube video called Moen and the 700 Birds. It talks about the patterns in the stars, but also reflects them to the natural patterns of the earth that the Mi'kmaq would see. And it starts with that one story. And there's a book written about that story as well that you can feel free to take a look at if you find it at your local library. The Navajo down south, they managed to put together a couple of amazing animations, but the frustration was the fact that in the Navajo culture, a lot of stories are only meant to be told during certain seasons, during certain times of the year. And during other times of the years, those stories are not to be shared. And so once you commit something to video, it now can be seen at any point in time. And so those videos are very carefully distributed by NASA, and I'll share with you their resource later on today, but they're shared by NASA with the caveat in the instruction guide, both for local community groups outreach, such as our astronomy clubs, or for professional education in high schools, elementary schools, or even colleges and universities, on when that story is allowed to be shared. And that's part of the respect and the sharing that we do when we're sharing cultures from one side to another. But now that same constellation, that same star formation that we see in the Micmacs as Moen and the Seven Hunterbirds is something completely different in a different group, in a different tribe, in a different First Nations. So the Ojibwe, the ones who call themselves the Anishinaabe, the star people, they name a lot of their cultural traditions as well as their own peoples after things in the night sky. So Gizeba Gizik, the revolving sky, is a name given based on the motion of the stars through the night and through the year. So that name is also given for the circular dances that they perform during powwows during the Drum Arbor. And those types of names capture not just a specific motion or a specific identification of night sky behavior, but also a feeling, a reverence, a spirituality. And so when they look at what we call the Big Dipper, they see a fisher, which is a much smaller animal, around the size of a weasel, for those that don't know what a fisher is. And they credit the fisher with a self-sacrifice that brings summer to the Ojibwe people. So the fisher himself was one of the animals in the winter island who grew tired of winter because there was a scarcity of food. So he gathered together all of the other winter animals to gain their knowledge, to understand how to bring summer and warmth and food to their turtle island. And what he found out was that there were summer animals that were basically hoarding and protecting the bag of summer in a lodge on a separate island. So he led a charge to go and free summer so that it could be shared with the inhabitants of Turtle Island. So he raced across and he tried his best to get summer, and he got the bag of summer and he was chasing back. But as he came back, the summer creatures were chasing after him. And so he leaped up into the air to try to get away. And as he leaped up into the air, they shot an arrow that hit him. And as the arrow hit the fisher flips over on his back, wounded. And as the fisher flips over on his back, wounded, the creator comes along and recognizes the sacrifice that Fisher was willing to make to bring summer to the Ojibwe people and the animals on Turtle Island. Turtle Island, of course, is us. It's our earth as it was seen by the Ojibwe in the early times. And so the creator allows Fisher to resume his story through the stars by revigorating him every single spring so that he gets to frolic with his friends, the other summer animals. And then as winter comes, he makes the mad dash to try to get summer. But as he tries to get summer, he's fatally wounded and flipped upside down and has to be reborn again. Now, this tale helps us to understand the direction that the Big Dipper looks at nightfall throughout the year. But it does something more than that, because the Ojibwe people recognized that the arrow that the summer creature shot at Fisher hit Fisher in the tail. And in a lot of their drawings and petroglyphs, they actually show the arrow penetrating about halfway down the tail. And we know from our astronomical viewing that that's one of the few naked sky double stars that you can see, Alcor and Mizar. So we actually can observe that double star with our bare eye. And in the Ojibwe legend, it's the arrow that split that star into two during that mad dash that Fisher was making to bring summer to the inhabitants of Turtle Island. So in a few of these, what we've seen is that there is connection to things we actually observe and understand, to the stories that have been brought forward by the indigenous peoples. So what two-eyed seeing is It's learning from one eye the strengths of the indigenous and ancient knowledge and ways of knowing, and from the other eye, the strengths of modern scientific knowledge and ways of knowing, and then bringing both eyes together for the benefit of all. That's the purpose behind two-eyed seeing. The Ojibwe have their star maps, which are very similar to our star finders that we give out at our star parties for the RASC and that you give out at the Astronomical League at a lot of your clubs when you have public events. But the actual star constellations and the shapes have to do with the stories of the Ojibwe rather than with the Greek legends that most of our constellations now are named after. So for example, Orion is considered the winter maker, and he's constantly reaching towards the hole in the sky, which is the hole from which most of creation came forward from the other world, from the spirit world. So the winter maker, when the winter maker appears, well, he's going to make winter. And the reason he's going to make winter is because it's time for the entire earth to take a moment before it's reborn. So from generation to generation, the indigenous peoples across the world have passed down these stories. And these stories about the sky encompass both moral, ethical, and practical guides on how to care for nature, how to care for the whole of existence. And often there is science from what we understand from our modern understanding incorporated directly into these stories. Their names of these stories and stars, they vary from place to place, depending specifically on what nature is doing at that time of year. So if we look at the constellations and we look at the stories, and I'm going to stick with the Big Bear for a few more minutes, because the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper are some of the first asterisms that we are taught to recognize in the night sky as we go out observing. Because the North Star is so important for navigation and for us, for our telescopes for polar alignment, it's one of the first that we actually are connecting with. So when you are in school and you're learning about the constellations, you tend to learn the Roman or the Greek myths, right? The Roman myth is that Zeus fell in love with Callisto, and Zeus, his philandering ways, he and Callisto had a boy, Arcas, who was destined to become an amazing hunter because he was Zeus's son. But Hera found out that Callisto had given birth to a boy. So Hera, in her jealousy, turned Callisto into a bear and sent her roaming in the woods. Now, Callisto, as a bear roaming in the woods, watched from afar as her son grew up to become an amazing hunter. And at one point, she came across her son in the woods and just forgot that she was a bear. She was just so happy and overjoyed to be reunited with her son that she went racing towards him, and he killed her with the spear, or at least he mortally wounded her. But Zeus recognized how hurt he will be as the bear change started to dissipate and Callisto started to come before his very eyes. So Zeus turned them both into bears and sent them up into the heavens. Hera wasn't done. Hera didn't want this nice, friendly, great end of story. So Hera went to the god of the sea and said that those two bears can never be allowed to swim in the ocean as punishment for being Zeus's lover and his bastard son. So as a result, those circumpolar stars never quite reach the horizon. They never get to swim in the sea. That's the Roman version of the myth. The Greek version of the myth is slightly different, because in the Greek version of the myth, Zeus is on a mountaintop meeting up with Callisto again after Arcas is born, and Hera comes towards the mountaintop, and Zeus sees her and realizes how angry and upset she'll be. So to protect Callisto, he turns her into a bear. But then Hera comes and makes him leave with her towards Mount Olympus. And so he leaves behind the bear, not recognizing that Arcas is hunting in those very woods. And so then when he hears Arcas's cry as this bear that he's wounded is turning into his mother before his very eyes, he reaches out and sends them both up into the night sky to protect them from Callisto dying and Arcas being the one who killed his mom. So those legends that we see from the Greek and the Romans, those differ greatly from those that we see from other cultures. The Arabs when they look at the Big Dipper, they actually see a coffin with 3 mourners following after the coffin. When the Scandinavians look, they actually see a wagon carrying the dead called Odin's Wain, and the British call it the plow. And the origin behind that seems to be a little bit shrouded, but it seems to come from that exact term of wain, the wagon. And so they call it Charles Wagon. And the Little Dipper is called the women's wagon because it's smaller, but it keeps following after the men's wagon. So our understanding of a lot of these constellations, the stories that we see, differ from culture to culture, from myth to myth, from society to society, based on the way in which that society functioned and the morals and ethics in that society at that time. I actually have students who write a little bit of a treatise almost on the difference between the Greek and the Roman interpretation in terms of the way in which the Greek and the Roman armies behaved in battle, because there's a lot of similarities there, a lot of parallels. Another big one that we tend to use is Orion, because Orion, again, it's one of those winter constellations. It's the winter maker for the Ojibwe. For the Greeks, they know it as the hunter or the son of Poseidon. The Egyptians actually saw it as Osiris riding the Nile on a boat. And I have to say, I can't quite see the boat personally, but I haven't seen it exactly from that perspective. The Chinese see it as that bottom right figure, Commander San, who protects the farmers from rampaging barbarians nearby. In Brazil, because of their vantage on Orion, they see it as an animal. Typically, it's either a turtle or it's a caiman with the head and the tail both extending beyond the constellation. The Inuit actually focus on the 3 stars that we see as Orion's belt, and they see those as 3 hunters pulling a sled, which is the belt of Orion, or the sword of Orion, and they are pulling that sled, chasing after a red bear, which is Betelgeuse up in the corner. The Hindus, they see Orion as their protector Vishnu. And Vishnu is often seen with either a bow or an axe or both. The Navajo, on the other hand, the Navajo see the Slender Man, Atsi Atsusi. And the Slender Man is seen in 2 different ways. One, as a protector with either a bow or a big club, and protecting them from any outside influence or any outside threat. But at the same time, there are other depictions of the Slender Man where instead of a bow, it's a large stick, and he presses the stick into the ground to create places for them to plant crops. And so he's actually a provider and a protector at the same time. For my class, one of the things that I do is I actually provide them with this amazing graphic of Orion, but the focus is on Betelgeuse. And I show them Betelgeuse in many, many, many different cultures. And they can see that in Navajo, it's the Slender Man. In the Hindu culture, it's Vishnu. And they can see that, in the Egyptians, it's Osiris, but they don't show the boat, of course, that he's riding up the Nile on. But the question to them then is to pick another star that we associate with a Greek constellation and give me another interpretation of that star. So one of my students this past term, Sophie, she gave me the star Sirius and talked about the rising of Sirius at dawn from the east, marking the beginning of the new year and recognizing that soon after the flooding of the Nile would begin, so that Sopdet, the deity of fertility that was associated with Sirius, was the bringer of the flood and bringer of sustenance, of agriculture, of fertility, of inundation, of just the water of the Nile replenishing the lands. And so a lot of these astronomical moments that we look for have different meaning in different cultures based on their geographic location. And again, what nature is doing at that moment in time. Now, the Pleiades is one of my favorite binocular objects, especially in the wintertime. And so I was looking at some of the legends of the Pleiades, and I came across this wonderful exhibit put together in Australia, and it's called Songlines. And what they did is they identified that there was the same basic myth throughout the land of Australia about the Pleiades, but it changed terminology. It changed a little bit the seriousness, the humor versus the desolation of the myth as you moved from geographic region to geographic region within Australia. So they traced the myth throughout, and then they put together this wonderful interactive exhibit. So I want to play for you just a moment of that exhibit now.
This is an epic tale of pursuit across the land that forms the land. The pursuer is an ancestral shapeshifter who transforms into multiple guises to trick the seven sisters he attempts to possess. Sometimes he appears as desirable bush foods, a fig tree, a quandong tree. At other times, he appears as the wind, a snake, or a male body part. It is a saga of mythological dimensions and meanings. I'm the big sister. We're the seven sisters.
Listen up. We've got a story to tell.
About being chased across country by a lustful man, a sorcerer, really. We ran, camped, and hid, and we left our story in the land, in the rocks and hills, the caves and waterholes. So our running away became a journey, and our journey became a story, and that story became songlines, our dreamings, our creation lore. We want to teach you, Mob, so it's kept strong for all Australians. So come with us.
So that exhibit traced through the evolution of the story as the Aboriginals moved from one coast all the way across to the other coast, specifically identifying the landmarks and the creation of those landmarks and how they tied into the other myths of the night sky, which is just an amazing overall presentation of these wonderful two-eyed seeing exhibits, which are starting to really take off in lots of the world. And I'm going to share with you one from the Smithsonian a little bit later on tonight. But one of the neat things about this Australian one of the Seven Sisters is the fact that our Greek tale of the Pleiades is also seven sisters. They're the seven daughters of Atlas, and they form the shoulder of Taurus. So there's some similarities there, but what I found as I looked more and more into the Pleiades is that in most of North America, those seven objects are actually considered seven boys or seven sons. And for example, in the Cherokee, there's seven boys within a small tribal unit that refused to do their chores and were angry at their mothers for forcing them to do their chores. So they decided to do the feather dance to ascend into the sky. So as they did the feather dance to ascend into the sky, one of them was caught by the heel by one of his moms, so he doesn't quite make it all the way out as the other six do. And that's why when you look at the Pleiades with your naked eye, you can make out 6 stars. That seventh one you can't always make out. So I went back to this legend of the seven sisters in Australia, and I found that in a lot of the versions, the dangerous spirit, this chameleon, actually catches one of the sisters, and they free her, but she's wounded and she's hurt and she's no longer as vibrant and as bright as she was before. And that's why you only see 6 unless you can really, really, really look carefully, at which point you spot the 7th, who is demure and to the back because she's now been hurt. Now, these stories from the Australian era, they don't just talk about the geography. They also lend a little bit to the science and to the observational science of the night sky. So the Meriam people in the Torres Strait on Murray Island, they have a song called the Twinkling Stars Song. And the essence of the song is that it's very calm, but the stars are twinkling. And now if it's very calm while you're standing looking at the stars, but the stars are twinkling, what is happening? Why are the stars twinkling like embers, like they would when there was a very stormy night? And the idea here is what they're identifying is scintillation, right? The idea that the light from the star is being bounced around because the Earth's atmosphere is filled with these pockets of air of different temperature, different pressures. And that happens right before monsoon season in the Torres Strait. So as one of the elders of the Meriam people says, this is a period of transition. It's when you harvest yam and prepare the garden for new plantings. The monsoon is when the land turns from being brown to green. So that song reminds them to look for those signs in the night sky that are not easy to see, but if you see the twinkling and you notice that it's still on the land, it tells you that it's time for the monsoon. So one of the questions that I had is what happens to those cultures, those indigenous peoples who aren't left? There's no one left behind to tell their stories. And when there's no one left behind to tell their stories, what we're left with is any rock formations or any geographic locations that they have themselves created or adjusted. And one of the largest that one of my students actually did a project on is Chanquillo. Chanquillo in Peru it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's an amazing complex. And so it has this Chanquillo A and Chanquillo B, these two little areas that are themselves solar observatories. And there are many walkways, many chambers, all of which have different petroglyphs on the walls that are still being deciphered. But one of the largest features is this set of stone blocks across a mountain, across a hilltop, basically, with mountains behind. And if you stand at one of the solar observatories on Chanquillo and look towards this wonderful little mountaintop, what you see is that the motion of the sun there in Peru is exactly broken up into equal intervals by these stone teeth. To the furthest from the equator, the furthest left from this perspective, you have the summer solstice, the June solstice, the winter solstice for them, the December solstice to the right, and the equinox exactly at the middle. So you have the longest day, the shortest day, and then you have the exact 12-hour day at the equinox, all located at equal intervals by angle from that sunrise observatory. That would trace out the exact solar path of the sun. And so that means that at any moment, if you want to know what time of year it is, what the next thing is for the tribe that was at Chanquillo, what farming product they next need to put into the ground, what needs to be harvested, how much hunting they need to do. What you need to see is where along those teeth the sun rises at that moment in time. This is a solography picture that I took at John Abbott College, which shows this path of the sun as it rises throughout from winter solstice at the lowest point to summer solstice at the highest point. You can see that the winter solstice beginning of sunrise is closer in and the summer solstice is further out because the days are longer in the summertime. That exact astronomical behavior, which we teach in class, which we have the students quantify, which you have the students use to determine the latitude, to determine the tilt of the planet, all of that was being done in Chanquillo with the ancients that were there at that time. And there's no trace left of that tribe, that group of people in Peru. But when we think of archaeoastronomical sites that connect with the sun, we tend to think of Stonehenge, right? Because Stonehenge at the summer solstice, there's typically a festival, except the last couple of years due to COVID, of the sun rising at the exact point. And that's the one part of Stonehenge that everybody seems to agree that that moment of summer solstice, of the sun rising between those exact rocks from that perspective, from that point of observation, is part of the purpose behind Stonehenge. Now, a couple of years ago, a set of rocks was found in Lake Michigan underwater. And so the question was, does North America have their own Stonehenge? And this set of rocks in Lake Michigan really started people pouring through all the First Nations stories from the Michigan area. And then they found another set of stones that was even larger in Lake Huron. And so they started looking through all of the peoples there, the Algonquin, the Ojibwe, and they tried to understand if there was anything in those stories that referenced these stones. And then they started identifying that the pattern of the stones was not circular. The pattern of the stones seemed to be linear and lead to something. Now, the Great Huron pattern really shows this more clearly, but unfortunately, it's still being analyzed. And so there's no clear map given, but it appears to be a caribou hunting ground. And what it is these rocks were created to herd the caribou in a certain direction so that the hunters could pick off certain caribou and let the rest go into good grazing land so that the caribou herd would be sustained while the people of that area would still be fed. So these underwater stones had nothing to do with solar arrangement or solar calendar or solar astronomy at all, but they were actually still important for the peoples, for hunting, for food gathering, not for archaeoastronomy. On the other hand, in Ireland, there's a set of passages, the Douth, Knowth, and Newgrange passage tombs that have been unearthed. And the Douth one is actually a very sad story because when it was unearthed, the initial excavation involved an uncontrolled explosion to try to break it open, which resulted in most of the inside being caved in and can no longer actually be accessed. But the Knowth and the Newgrange passage tombs both indicate an incredibly clear solar observatory, not for the summer solstice, but for the winter solstice. And those predate Stonehenge by almost 1,500 to 2,000 years. And in fact, at Douth, the one thing that remained was the entranceway stone. And that entranceway stone shows evidence of observations of solar eclipses. And that's actually been analyzed by one of our RASC Montreal members, Robin Edgar. And so I invite any of you that are interested to look up his articles online on the Douth entrance stone. Now, in the First Nations, one of the stories that I really love is the precession of Mars, because the precession of Mars is something that they observed in the, at that point, it was the Cree and the Ojibwe times, the Cree and the Algonquin. And Wilfred Buck actually talks about this retrograde motion, and they call it Kitom Papinwa. And the reason they call it that is because they refer to it in terms of the moose spirit. So when you're hunting a moose and the moose gets startled, the first thing it does is it runs in a big circle. And if it doesn't identify what startled it, then it just keeps going in its own way. So their legend of the moose spirit is based on their observation or connects to their observation of Mars retrograde motion over the years. In Australia, in Arnhem Land, they see the summer or the morning version of the planet Venus as the morning star. And their legend behind it is very cool because it has to do with the morning star living among the island of the dead. But she was so bright that when the people of the island of the dead would go out fishing, they would ask her to come so she would light their way. But she was afraid of drowning. And so she didn't want to come out to the water. So two elder women found a solution where they told her that she could go with them out fishing into the sky, and they would tie a rope to her so that they could pull her back once the boats were far enough out that they were now safe to continue on their journey. So there's actually a bark painting of the morning star Venus being held by a rope by two women on the land as the fishing boats move out into the sky. And that gives an understanding of why Venus never rises too high from the horizon in the morning time. It's because it's tied to a string held by the women on the island of the dead. Now, the Australian myths, there's a lot of them that are just absolutely fantastic to learn about. The legend of Pre-Priggy is one of my favorites. It has to do with this legendary hunter in Queensland who was as renowned for his hunting as he was for his singing and dancing and his storytelling. And so the entire tribe in Queensland looked to Pripyat to set the tone and teach them the songs and recite the songs and set the rhythm of all the dances. And he was such a renowned hunter that he kept challenging himself more and more and more and more. And so one morning he woke up earlier than the rest of the tribe and he decided that he was hungry and he wanted to find something new to hunt. And so as he was moving along, he found a nest of flying foxes. Flying foxes are, of course, a type of bat, which is very, very small, not very meaty, but an incredible delicacy because they taste amazing, according to him, or according to the myth. I haven't tried them myself, maybe one day. So he went chasing after these flying foxes and he found a nest of them and he decided that he would take their leader and that's what he would. So he speared their leader and he had their leader and their leader's death cries woke the rest of the flying foxes and they chased after Pripyat and they caught him and they carried him up into the heavens. Now the rest of the tribe woke up and there was no Pripyat. So they tried as they might, they couldn't hunt anything. They tried as they might, they couldn't remember any of the songs. They tried to dance, but they lacked rhythm. I lack rhythm, but it's for a completely different reason. They lacked rhythm and they couldn't understand what they were going to do without Pripyat. And then night fell and they heard the sound of the music coming from the stars. And they looked up and they saw music coming from the stars and the stars dancing. And as they danced, they formed a line. And that line that they formed created the Milky Way. And that reminded the ancestors of the song and the dance that Pripyat had taught them. And so whenever they look up at the arm of the Milky Way, which is so dominant to the southern night sky, they remember their stories, they remember their rhythms, and they relearn how to dance. Now, when we look up into the night sky at the arm of the Milky Way, and we see it with the clouds running by, with the occasional meteor running through, it captures our awe, it captures our imagination. Anytime you get a chance to see the arm of the Milky Way, it takes you to a sense of this spirituality, this connection to nature that the First Nations must have felt. You can't get this in the city. You can't get this with all the light pollution that we have in Montreal. I have to drive almost 45 minutes to get this type of a view, which still isn't amazing compared to some of the views we get in dark sky reserves. When you go out to a lot of these First Nations and the Milky Way comes out, the stories come with them. So this is an authentic voice. This is Wilfred Buck sharing with us the story of Grandmother Spider.
So that's Grandmother Spider, and she was in charge of the doorways. She was in charge of those portals in the sky, wormholes. And she was the one that filtered out, and that's where we get the Dreamcatcher from Google Managassi's Grandmother Spider. She sits right on the Milky Way. It's still light out, but the Milky Way runs right across, all the way across from west to east to west. Right below the Grandmother Spider and the horizon is still not coming up is the Pleiades, the Seven Sisters. And that's called Bagwinagijik, the hole in the sky. And the hole in the sky, as they say, is where we come from. We come from that place.
So a lot of the legends of the First Nations talk about us coming from a different area, from a different location, from another world, a spirit world. And we were brought here to Turtle Island, to the Earth, to North America, to Southern America, to Australia, to New Zealand. The Maori talk about the Milky Way as a river for a boat to be able to move through. And the Pleiades is actually the prow of the founder's canoe. And that canoe carries them through the river of stars through the entire universe. When we look at the legends from the First Nations, most of the legends that have to do with the Milky Way have to do with the way in which we treat nature, the way in which we see each other, and the way in which nature itself responds at different times of the year. There's a Blackfoot legend about the wolves that are the first earth beings to pity us. and how we still see them in the stars, reminding us that we should really cooperate with other people, cooperate with other animals, and take care of nature and live together in a really profoundly natural way. But those same stories touch on other parts of night sky behavior. For example, the shooting stars. We just coming out of the end of the Perseids peak, and the coyote dances with the stars is a Perseids legend from the Hupa. And it has to do with the coyote who was watching the stars in the night sky, and he was wondering why they twinkle, what that was. So he reached out to Grandmother Spider and he said, can you please bring me up to the sky? I want to see these stars. I want to see, they look beautiful. I want to see what they are. So a web came down and he climbed up and he went up into the stars, and he realized that they're twinkling because they're dancing, because they're twirling. So he asked the stars if he could dance with them, and the stars said, you won't be able to dance with us. And Coyote said, look, I'm very strong. I'm very brave. I can dance with you. Please let me. And so they said, well, you can dance with us, but you have to keep dancing because we won't stop. And Coyote said, yeah, no problem. So he started dancing. He was dancing, he was enjoying it, and he got tired after a little while, and he asked if he could stop. They said, no, we don't stop. We keep dancing. So he kept dancing, and then he got hungry, and he said, can we stop so I could eat? They said, we don't stop. We keep dancing. And Coyote became tired and faint and eventually fell towards the ground. So whenever you see a shooting star, you're seeing Coyote falling back to Earth because he just couldn't hang with the stars. And that legend of Coyote is one that puts Coyote in this picture where Coyote is kind of mischievous and very, very foolhardy, which is the way in which Coyote is seen in many different cultures. The Cherokee blame the Milky Way on Coyote because when the world was first born, the figure in their legend who would go out and put the stars into the night sky, when he got tired after a few nights, he decided to rest, and Coyote grabbed the bag and started to run, and the bag spilled open, and that created the river of the Milky Way. But from the shooting star, we also see legends come out that describe new animals coming into the terrain. So Ojibwe for Wolverine means the one who came from the shooting star. And the legend here has it that at some point in the Ojibwe past, there was a shooting star that collided with the ground and created this entire huge hole. And shooting stars at that time were known to be mischievous spirits. And so the Ojibwe were very careful and kept an eye on this big crater as it filled up with water, as it grew forest and plants around it. And one day a wolverine came out of the water having slaked its thirst, and the Ojibwe had never come across a wolverine before. And the wolverine was incredibly nasty and was really like, it was fighting with their best hunters. And so at that point, they recognized the wolverine for being the mischievous spirit that had come from the shooting star. And if you look through their oral records, their oral history, they identify shooting stars. They identify the periods of most meteors being seen. They know when the Pleiades happened. They know when the Geminids happened. They have records in their oral history of Halley's Comet in 1908 and 1834. Now, when I went through textbooks, all I ever came across was the atlas, the Silk Atlas from Mawangudi in China, and the references to comets in Chinese literature. But even the ancients in Colombia had notations, petroglyphs, and rock drawings of comets that match the comets that you would see in Comet Atlas. So a lot of these First Nations have some incredible materials that you can look at and share and learn some of those stories. In the past, I've given stories on the Milky Way as well as on the eclipse during the global star parties, and I'll invite anybody who's interested to go and watch those on the previous star parties. What I want to leave you with is that NASA, the Moon to Mars mission specifically, put together from October last year to March this year a set of two-eyed seeing presentations with authentic voices from the specific cultures that they were sharing. The Ojibwe, the Navajo, the Dakota, Lakota, the Hawaiian indigenous astronomy, African indigenous astronomy, which I didn't have a chance to get to, and Mayan astronomy. And I invite you to look at these resources. And then on the NASA website, you can actually download some of these education activities that I mentioned to you. And the Navajo activity specifically tells you the time of year when you can share those Navajo stories. So I invite you to look at any of those. I thank you for spending the last hour with me on two-eyed seeing. And in terms of the Mi'kmaq language, Walaliok, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And any questions?
Kareem, that was awesome. And I would like to be the first to say something because recently the Astronomical League developed a new alternate constellations program. You may be aware of it.
I am. It's amazing.
Yeah, which emphasizes Native American legends in the sky, African, Asian, Aboriginal, Pacific Island, and Latin American constellations. And if I can just show one slide real quickly.
Please.
That will give you an idea of what it can mean to you if you're teaching constellations to someone. You teach traditional constellations to a group of people, but if you can say, you know, if you look at Betelgeuse and Rigel here and the belt stars, you can see three boys in a canoe. Yep. In an Aboriginal culture, they're catching a sawfish, which was a forbidden fish. And because of that, the tribal leaders cast the boys into the sky as a punishment to teach others not to violate tribal laws. And you add that to a constellation teaching moment, it's something people remember, and it adds tremendous color to your teaching of constellations. Kareem, that was fantastic. Scott, are there any questions that have come in? That
just comments, just accolades for Kareem's presentation, his knowledge, the knowledge he's pulled together from Native American tribes, and letting these stargazers see from a different lens, of how constellations are perceived, so, and what it means to them. So it's cool stuff.
Thanks, Scott. And I also want to mention, for those of you that use Stellarium for any of your outreach, Stellarium has now the option to identify specific First Nations constellations and overlay those instead of the Greek and Roman constellations. So you can choose different cultures. You can choose even different cultures globally. You can put in the Hindu, the Chinese, the Australian Aboriginal constellations and show them. And you can learn those stories now because there's a lot of resources. The Smithsonian has an entire area dedicated to North American and specifically US First Nations history. And a lot of that is the star stories.
That's great. Yeah, there's a comment. So many nice comments, but certainly, one of them would like to take classes from you. He says, "Sign me up." So
I was just going to say you have very lucky students, Kareem.
Yes. Thank you. I'm fortunate. They seem to buy into a lot of what I want to do, and so that's always helpful.
Okay. Well, I think we better move on. We need to take a break in a moment, but we have $700 in door prizes to give out. Kareem, thank you so much for being with us, and we'll look forward to seeing you in October for the Moons program, if not
Absolutely,
sooner.
If not sooner.
Okay. All right. So now, Terry, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, just want to make sure you weren't muted. We have 3 door prizes to give out. Terry and I are both contributing a door prize. This one will be mine. It's an Explore Scientific gift card for $250. And I'm going to draw the number for this right now. We've got to put what's the total number again?
827, I believe. 827.
827, okay. And we're generating the number 634.
Okay.
Sorry, it's way down the list, I realize.
That's all right. Guess who? Barry Beeman.
Oh, I love that. That's fantastic. Okay.
Yes, that's great.
All right. And now I'm going to draw a number for the next one, which will be for the Astronomical Society of Eastern Missouri. This is a $200 Astronomics gift card. And I have a couple of slides to show you about their club. And let me
How
share.
about giving me the number first?
Yeah, I'm doing that. And here we
Okay.
go. 440.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll go to all right. This is the logo of the Astronomical Society of Eastern Missouri. They rolled out the largest publicly available telescope in the state of Missouri, 32-inch Dob. They host a weekly Friday night open house star party at a local county park year-round. They are a big supporter of the library telescope program, and they support a total of 18 library telescopes and 11 pairs of binoculars in that program. They're large and active. They have a large active digital imager special interest group, so they're really pushing astrophotography, which probably results in a lot of younger members joining. They do an annual club calendar in large format featuring the members' images as well. Here's a few pictures of their observing facility and their huge Dob. And this is an aerial view looking out to the all of the various concrete platforms they can use to set up telescopes. Roll-off roof observatory and a group of members. I'm not sure what they have in this dome, but they did have a very large crowd for, I believe this was the conjunction at Christmas time. You could see the number of cars that they backed up something fierce for their observation. Here are a couple local members during a public observation for kids. And another group of members at the observing site. It's obviously a very active group and very dedicated, and thus shall you go to the stars. Another very young member, future amateur astronomer, no doubt. And Terry, who won the prize for the $200 astronomics certificate?
Lauren Rogers.
Lauren Rogers. Congratulations, Lauren. And thank you to the Astronomical Society of Eastern Missouri as well. Now we have one more to give away. This is a $250 Opt gift card. And we'll draw, this is from the Milwaukee Astronomical Society. And let me go to screen share one last time. Well, actually, two more times. And we'll draw the number first so Terry can get a head start. Number
Thank
518.
Okay.
And I will show just a couple of images. The Milwaukee group is a fundamentally, is one of our founding members.
Chuck, can I
Yes.
interrupt you?
Yes. Duplicate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we need to redraw, only one per member, okay? Let me go back. I knew that would happen sooner or later.
Yeah.
Okay, we redraw 697. That does not sound
Okay.
familiar. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So give me just a moment. I will go down here to Milwaukee. Hopefully it's alphabetical. Yes, it is. Okay. This is very brief. Whoops. Hang on. Excuse me, folks. Be right with you. Okay, slideshow from current slide. Why is it doing that? That is not the slide I'm selecting, folks. Hang on just one second. Okay, I'm just going to do it on this page right here. I think this will work fine. The Milwaukee Astronomical Society was founded way back in 1932, and they have an observatory in New Berlin, Wisconsin, that was established in 1938. Edward Hallback was the first elected president of the Astronomical League and one of the founding members of the Milwaukee Astronomical Society. And it was his efforts to organize amateur astronomers, different clubs in the Wisconsin and Illinois and Michigan area that basically conjoined with the efforts of the Federers in the New York and Northeastern area. And Harlow Shapley was friends with both the Federers and with Ed Hallback through variable star observing. And Ed Hallback and the Federers were brought together basically by Harlow Shapley to begin formative efforts to create the Astronomical League just before World War II broke out, and then the formative efforts that followed the war. This is the present day observatory. The MAS is a very large group with over 200 members, as you can see. And their facilities include a solar dome with a Lunt 80 millimeter solar telescope and a white light telescope, a 5-inch f5 refractor. They have an Edge HD14 Celestron on an astrophysics go-to mount, and they have a Stellar View SVQ 100 f5.8 astrograph on an astrophysics go-to mount as well, and facilities for the public in addition to that. They have telescopes. They have two 12.5-inch Newtonians, a Meade LX 210-inch f6.3, and some visual-only telescopes, including an Obsession 18-inch f4.5 on a Dobsonian mount. And their website's milwaukeeastro.org. They, again, are one of the founding members and of the Astronomical League, and we owe them a great deal for that. So Terry, if you could tell us who won the $250 Opt gift card.
Patricia Conley.
Okay, congratulations, Patricia. And we will go to break now, and we come back. We will start our session at 8 p.m. And we have a couple of awards to give out, including the 2020 Astronomical League Award. That's the highest award the League offers, and for contributions to the science of astronomy. And then we'll have a talk by Dr. David Dunham on near-Earth asteroid occultations. So enjoy your break, and we'll be back at 8. We'll see you then.
Okay, so we will conclude this this broadcast. Come back. You'll see a separate live instance. If you've subscribed, it will it'll notify you. If you haven't, keep your eye out for it. Okay, but we'll be back on time.